Good morning, Mr. Musigiri.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Even though I don't usually greet the council being led, good morning to you too. Thank you. And good morning, Deputy Commissioner Spies.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just for the record, we need to clarify that Commissioner Spies, who's testifying today, did testify before this commission, and his last testimony was on the 11th of November 2025. But he was testifying in relation to the events and incident relating to a Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Department. And today it is not a continuation of that. He comes under a completely separate stream, which is what we refer as the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. He has since retired, and it was recorded then when he came before the commission that, in fact, when he testified before this commission in November, already he had retired from EMPD and now deployed by the TMPD.
February 2025, I think.
That is correct.
Yes.
And he started the SAT on the 2nd of March.
March
2025.
2025.
Yes, so just so that we are clear that it's not a continuation. We try to label his annexed charge as well to avoid any sort of confusion as to that testimony. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Musigiri. I've forgotten now whether you saw or you affirmed.
Sworn, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner Spies. Again, could you just formally put your name on record?
My full name is Revo Spies.
Thank you. Commissioner, you will see that you should have before you 4 white files. There should be 2 big ones and 2 small files. Can you confirm that?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Before we deal with the contents of those files, can you confirm that you have prepared a statement and submitted one to this commission so that it can be used in your testimony?
Correct. I have prepared a statement relating to the Tshwane Metro Police portion, and I have submitted it.
Thank you. May we then go to file 1 of 4? It's one of the smaller files. And you will see on the index there, it lists a document, statement of Revo Spies. Do you see that, Commissioner Spies?
Correct.
And then you will see that if you flip over, and the last page to that document will be page 19.
That's correct.
Do you see that? Do you confirm that this is your statement that you submitted for consideration by the commission?
Yes, I confirm that that is my statement.
Is your copy signed, Commissioner? And what about yours, Mr. Musigiri?
Yes.
Ours are not.
Yes, Chair, that's the next question that I want to put to the witness. The statements to answer you, Chair, they are not signed.
Yes.
And I want to put to the Commissioner, is this a statement that you intend on signing as reasonably as possible, confirming the contents of that statement?
Correct. I've signed my own version, but mine is at home. But the bundle version, I'm prepared to sign them now as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. And lastly, you confirm the correctness of your statement there too.
I confirm the correctness thereof.
Thank you. Can we then go to the actual statement? You will see that from paragraph 1 to 6, you deal with the introduction and the education and career background. Could you perhaps read these contents into the record? And just highlighting your history of service as set out in these paragraphs.
May I just intervene and ask, Commissioner, besides you joining Tshwane Metropolitan, or rather the Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department, is there anything new to what you would have given us when you testified earlier?
New in terms of my previous testimony.
I'm saying in addition to what you already told us about your career advancement or progression,
No.
besides your move to Tshwane, is there anything else that is new?
No, Commissioners, maybe just a misconception that it could be a misconception, but I officially retired.
No.
And then I started, but there's nothing else in my career that changed.
I'm not there at all. I'm just trying to say perhaps we don't need to go over this because we already have your details.
It's exactly the same.
Yes, I think you can then proceed to 6 years, to paragraph 6.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes.
Then you will see Commissioner Spies under paragraph 6. The heading there will be the responsibilities that you have now at TMPD. Can you deal with that together with paragraph 7 there too?
Correct. Commissioners, I've been appointed in the City of Tshwane Metro Police from the 1st of March as the Deputy Chief of Police for Asset Protection and Security Services. It's a division within the Metro Police and serves under the Chief of Police, Commissioner Yolanda Faro. My main functions and responsibilities is to exercise control over this division, and in this division itself, I am accountable for the physical security and technical systems, the operational support around the technical systems and the physical security, and then physical guard services. The difference between 6.1 and 6.3 when we deal with physical security is that we operate a hybrid system, meaning that we have in-house security, which is on the payroll of the city. It is security officers employed by the city. There are 1,270 of those guards, and then there's a contracted portion, which is to 22 service providers, which I will deal with later. That is contracted services who's deployed through the 7 regions. Part of this division, that contracted services, there is a tender in place with the number TMPD 02 2016-2017. And I do understand that this falls within the Commission's subject matter, and it deals with the physical guarding of the city where it's contracted services. That tender itself, as the number indicate, obviously originate from the 2016-27 municipal financial year. So when I testify about that tender, it's about the historical context of it, what I've determined and learned in my 1 year, I've just over a year's service now.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. Perhaps I should bring to your attention that in the past 3 days of the commission, we had Sergeant Nkosi testifying and touching base on some of the tenders that form an integral part of your testimony. So the commissioners at least have been part informed of the issues relating to those tenders, and they might want to interrupt and ask you questions as they understood it, the terms of those tenders during the testimony of Sergeant Nkosi. But I'm not limiting you to what you would like to share with the commission when it comes to these tenders, but just take heed of that caution. Can we then, with that said...
Just before you move to the next section, Commissioner Spies, Chair asked you if there was anything you wanted to add since your last testimony. Your testimony focused on your stint as a Deputy Chief of Police at Ekurhuleni. I just want to understand, at Tshwane, are you on contract? So is it a 3-year contract? What exactly is the situation as far as your employment is concerned?
No, Commissioner. At Ekurhuleni, I was appointed as a Section 56 contract employee for a period of 5 years, which I took early retirement.
Yes.
However, in August 2022, a new government gazette was regulated where only employees that directly report to the city manager as accounting officer is considered or deemed to be Section 56. So when I was appointed in the city of Tshwane, I was appointed as a permanent employee till I reached the compulsory retirement age of 65 years. So I'm now a permanent employee with a performance contract, but not with an employment fixed-term
So
contract.
it's not a 5-year situation that existed?
No, it's not that. It's a permanent contract that I've been employed with until I reach the retirement compulsory age of 65.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Commissioner Spies, can we then speak to the contents of paragraph 8 and 9 of your statement?
Commissioners, the tender TMPD 2 2016-2017, that is for the supply of physical security to protect the property assets and the personnel of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality. This tender originates from what we call a TAR. It's a tender advertisement request form, which was issued at that stage in 2016-20 by a director, Chukudu Malachi. He was the director of the protection services, and this TAR was issued on 8 July 2016. At that stage, it was co-signed by the then Deputy Chief of Police, Specialized Services, Mr. R.R. Mashlaule. And on 19 July 2016, this was approved by the then Chief of Police, Mr. K.S. Nkubeni. I'm also attaching that specific TAR as RS21 as a reference.
Thank you. Chair, you will see that the witness is referring to RS21. However, Chair, the way I intend dealing with some of these annexures is that because the tender was adjudicated years ago, it is not necessary for us to dwell into that and also consider what irregularities might or might not have occurred. We don't think it's relevant. However, when we come to the most relevant annexures, I will take the witness there, Chair. With that said, Mr. Commissioner Spies, I would still, Chair, though, insist that some of the names that appear, especially from different tender committees, be mentioned because they become relevant at a later stage. Thank you, Chair. Then, Commissioner Spies, can we then pick it up from paragraph 10 of your statement?
In the original TAR, there was a proposed bid specification committee which the department then proposed, which stated that these members are Director Racheku, Director N. Musa, Commissioners Sibaya, Mr. Faik Alexander, and Mr. Peter Robinson. However, when these bid specifications were serving at the initial bid specification committee on Monday, 1 September, the committee members that actually did the BSc, it was not the same as the bid specification committee nominations. So the members in paragraph 11 then is the actual members who approved the bid specification of this tender. And they were Mr. Kes Matlapeng, he was a director at the Tshwane Metro Police, he was the chairperson. Mr. Vusi Nkuna, which is indicated as the Director Land Invasion. Mr. Sipu Nkomo, Director Tshwane Metro Police. And Mr. Faik Alexander, who's from Supply Chain Management, is Director Secretariat Services. And then Mr. Peter Robinson, Group Legal Deputy Director for the Corporate and Council Legal Compliance.
I assume, Commissioner, that everything you tell us in connection with this tender before you joined TMPD's information gleaned from documents or records within the Tshwane Metro.
Correct, Commissioner. The names that is here is obviously, as I was appointed, I started to collect the tender, the award letters, the bid specification committee so that I do understand the tender that we currently are operating under. So when I read these names, it is from bid specification committees, agendas and minutes that I read the names.
All right.
I obviously, some of the names I do know because they still work for the department. Some of the names I don't know them at
Just
all.
names, you don't know the people. All right, all right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you,
Yes, Mr. Masigidi.
Thank you, Chair. You may continue, Commissioner. I think you were at paragraph 12 now. You're
12.
approaching the, yes.
Part of the process of a bid specification committee and all the committees thereafter, bid specification, the bid evaluation and the bid award committee, is that every member must sign and make under oath a declaration that they have no interest in the tender. So all of the declarations is then in a reference RS23, a bundle where all the declarations are as combined as one bundle or one reference. This tender was advertised on 30 September 2016, and then it was eventually evaluated by 2 bid evaluation committees. And I'll deal later with why 2 bid evaluation committees. But the first bid evaluation committee was a Mr. Maloko Racheku, who was the chairperson, Mr. Chukudu Malachi, Mr. Vusi Nkuna, Mr. Malusi Madlanga, and Mr. Murutsi Mpashlele. So, and this is why I say I've read the documents. It's not that I do have personal knowledge of this, because there seem to have been irregularities with the first bid evaluation process, because on 24 January 2017, a report was submitted to the Executive Adjudication Committee by Mr. Tembeka Mpefu, in which irregularities during the first BEC were detected. It was then recommended that the entire process be restarted. And in this regard, I've attached that actual letter as well from Mr. Mpefu. In that report, it stated that this first BEC committee, as in paragraph 14, they removed all the bid documents of all the tenderers from the supply chain management premises to an unknown venue at Premos. Premos to us is the Tshwane Leadership Academy in Pretoria West. And later, when they finished with the evaluation, they returned the documents, and then there were missing documents, which makes it irregularity. And at that same time, he also stated that one of the BEC supply chain members resigned from the BEC due to irregularities he experienced. And that is from Mr. Mpefu's report that he submitted to the Executive Adjudication Committee, with a request that this tender be cancelled and restarted.
Mr. Moloko Racheku in 14.1, is it the same person as Director Racheku in 10.1?
Correct. And then obviously the decision was made at the bid adjudication that this tender be cancelled and start afresh because of irregularities that was mentioned in it. However, one of the bidders, Lebele Lang Mashlatsi Trading Pty Ltd, they approached the High Court in Gauteng with a case number of 32325 of 2017. And Justice Fabricius on 24 May 2018 directed that this tender may not be cancelled, it must be re-evaluated afresh, and the same order of the Justice Fabricius also extended the validity of this procurement process by another 90 days. In compliance with this order, a second BEC committee was then appointed to evaluate the tender afresh. This 90-day period is that when a tender is advertised, it normally will have an initial 90-day period that it must be concluded within. So this period is obviously been passed, and that's why the judge then made the ruling that that period be extended to start the process afresh for evaluation only. And then the second BEC committee members which were then appointed was a Mr. Chris Tipe, who was the chairperson, and he was the divisional head of Treasury Department. Mr. Mtubeli Kolisa, he was the group head of Environment and Agriculture Management. Mrs. Verusha Morgan, who was the group head Property. Mr. Kwena Nkoko, group head Health. Mrs. Nosipu Slachwayo, the group head of City Strategies and Organizational Performance. and a Pamela Rakulele Ngabutle, who was the Deputy Director Demand in Supply Chain Management. This committee, after evaluation, it appears that they again resolved that the tender be cancelled due to irregularities during the bid evaluation process, still linked to the original missing tender documents, which were deemed to be highly irregular. And at that stage, the group of 22 companies that were originally proposed to be awarded the tender approached the court again. And then Her Ladyship Justice Molopo Setosa issued a court ruling on 22 October 2021 that the tender be awarded to the 22 companies, and the city must enter into a service level agreement with this list of companies. And for that matter, it is listed the court ruling as RS25. And then based on that court ruling, the city drafted the SLAs, and the tender then officially commenced on 1 March 2022 with this list of 22 companies that was awarded in the ruling by the court.
Commissioner, would you please look at file 4? I want you to read the contents of Annexure RS25 into the record. So it will be this, it's a smaller file. It's file 4 of 4, and then I refer you to page 945.
I confirm that that is the court order that was issued by Her Ladyship Justice Molopo Setosa.
Yes, can you just read at least the first paragraph on that page? So paragraph 1, it actually spills over to the second page.
Sorry, must I read the order into the record?
Yes, please.
By agreement between the parties, it is ordered that 1, the respondent's decision to cancel tender TMPD 02 2016-17 is substituted with the following decision. 1.1, tender TMPD 02 2016-17 is awarded to the applicant and such other bidders who 1.1.1 were recommended for the supply of physical guarding services to protect council property and personnel of the City of Tshwane for a period of 3 years at variable amounts as reflected in paragraph 20 of the report of the Bid Evaluation Committee at page 003-93 of the case lines record, and 1.12 are registered with the Private Security Industry Regulation Authority as at the date of this order. 2, the respondent is ordered to conclude service level agreements with the aforesaid bidders, which agreement shall detail the agreed services to be delivered, how such a service is measured in the provision thereof, and the response time required for such a service. The respondent is ordered to pay the applicant's cost, save that the cost of the day in respect of 21 October 21 will be taxed on the unopposed scale.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to be clear, okay.
Before you move on. Morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
In that paragraph 19, the very last line where you say the council then started the tender on March 2022, paragraph 19 of your statement,
Yes, Commissioner.
when you say it started the tender, you mean implementation
Correct,
of
Commissioner.
that tender, not a new tender process.
No. It's because of the court order on 22 October, it took a while for the corporate and legal to design and create the service level agreements. And then the service level agreements and the contracts and everything was only completed in February 2022, and the tender then commenced 1 March 2022.
Okay, thank you.
So because the tender was a 2017, 2016, that year, I think, going into the next year, 16, 17, if it was delayed for what looks like 4 or 5 years, does it mean the previous service providers had their contracts extended on a month-to-month basis?
Before this then?
Yes. What happened
Correct.
between 2017 and 2022 when this tender was restarted, as you say on paragraph 19?
Correct, Commissioner. There was a tender in place with a group of service providers, And when this tender process was initiated, it was obviously to replace that previous tender. And when the first court interdicts and rulings started, those tenders were extended on a month-to-month basis up to February 2022. So effectively at 28th of February 2022, those tenders then were completed, and on 1 March 22, this 2016-2017 tender actually commenced.
Commissioner, you say that the tender was eventually awarded after a second approach to the High Court to 22 companies that were originally proposed to be awarded the tender. I've been going through this back and forth. I don't see where it was proposed that the tender be awarded to the 22 companies.
Commissioner, in the BEC committee's minutes
Yes.
that they submitted to the BAC, the Bid Award Committee,
Yes.
in that report, there was a total evaluation of 22 companies.
Yes.
And they did the complete evaluation. And that 22 companies have been in the BEC the whole time. But when it was then submitted, the whole report about that 22 companies was submitted to the BAC with a recommendation that that whole process must be stopped and cancelled. Mm-hmm. So it was not awarded to the 22 through the city's actions. The whole way, even though they were evaluated, and there were 22 companies that was deemed to be by the BEC successful, that report continuously then stated, but there's missing documents, there's irregularities. And therefore, when it got to the BAC took that in consideration and said, but there's missing documents, it's highly irregular and it should be cancelled. The then chairperson of the BAC was the previous CFO of the city, Umar Banda. And he signed off and said it must be cancelled due to irregularities. However, Judge Fabricius very narrowly in the first court order, and I'm not obviously saying I've got an ethical response, but I'm not saying the judge was wrong. The judge did the legal correct thing, when he stated that the then legislation had a very narrow portion that you can cancel a tender with. And the words irregular or missing was not in that wording. So he ruled that you cannot use that to cancel the tender. That's why it must be started afresh. And obviously today with hindsight, when you hear the word irregular in my head, it should be cancelled immediately.
Yes,
we shouldn't proceed. And then in the second BEC, they took the same report, the same companies, and stated these were the most successful companies in the evaluation, but due to these missing documents, it is still an irregularity and we must be cancelled. And the chairperson again, Mr. Banda, again said, no, it must be cancelled because of this irregularity. And that's when the 22 companies, because the city, I don't know how it got out, but everyone leaked most probably the information, and then the 22 companies knew that they were deemed by the BEC to be successful, but they took then the decision to court to say, no, but we are successful, and that's when the court then made the ruling to say that those 22 companies we initially were must be awarded the tender.
Thank you for the clarification. I guess what confused me was the fact that it appears, both from what I read here and from what you say now, that there was never a pronouncement by the bid adjudication committee that there's going to be an award to the 22 companies. So that's why it sort of sounded odd, and indeed it is odd that there was then an award to the 22 companies, despite the fact that the bid adjudication committee never pronounced that that should be the position. But I just wanted clarity, yeah. Thank you.
Great.
Yes, Mr. Musigiri?
Thank you, Chair. And also to be fair to the court, that agreement, or at least that court order, seems to be, it's by agreement between the parties anyway.
Correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. Can we then pick it up at paragraph 20, where we deal with these companies.
So the list of 22 companies that was then awarded and commenced on the 1st of March 2022, and to date is still working under this contract, is Gubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd, Izingwenya 210 Investment CC, Triotic Protection Services CC, Butler Kumedi Management Services, both Best Trading and Projects, Ilutsaki Construction and Cleaning Enterprise, Hotline Security Services, Lebele Lang Maslatsi Trading, Lejani Trading Enterprise, Mabotwana Security Services, Marumu Maepe Cleaning, Security and Civil Construction, Mogalaghari Security, NEP Security Services, Piri Piri Trading Enterprise, Rahite Security and Consulting, Ramalepe Security and Cleaning Services, Seputwe Trading Enterprise, Sketch Projects, Sukol Renting and Construction, Takana Limpopo, Flopanang Business Enterprises, and Vugi Protection Services. And this tender, which then commenced on the 1st of March 2022, as per the prescripts of the MFMA Act, 3-year period, then concluded on the 28th of February 25 as a contract at that stage.
Chair, I would request that the commissioners perhaps highlight the first 3 companies on that list. These are the companies that will be forming the subject matter of our discussion. The chair would have also noticed from the previous evidence of Sergeant Ngosi that at least 2 of those 3 companies were canvassed with him, and we sample those 3 in the TMPD stream and also try to draw a linkage with the terms of reference, especially where there is a suspicion of interference by syndicate or so-called cartels. So those 3 names on top will be the one that will feature quite often in this stream of TMPD.
So the first 3, namely Gubi's 85 Solutions, Izingwenya 210 Investments, Triotic Protection Services.
Indeed, there might be that we pick 1 or 2, but after that, but these are the 3 that there will be a common feature through the TMPD.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, can I just add that I'm not placing them in that order automatically. I actually use the alphabetical order of the names. It's accidental that they are at the top.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Noted, Commissioner Spies. Can we then proceed? We deal with a separate topic. Perhaps, if before we go there, please deal with paragraph 21 before we go to the new topic.
So I did mention that is that the contract is awarded for a period of 3 years as per the Municipal Finance Management Act, and because it commenced the 1st of March 2022, the end date will then be 28 February 2025, which is that 3-year period. So this contract then came to an end on that date, but obviously we're still under it, and I will explain now in my next portion why the tender has been extended and why it's still ongoing.
Yes, no, thank you. And that will speak to the question that was raised by Commissioner Khumalo earlier on to say what happens when one contract expires and probably the processes that are required to extend. Can we then deal with that, Commissioner Spies? Thank you.
So in this specific, and I think I deal later with it as well, where I just was stated that this specific division that I'm in charge of was created and started on the structure 1 July 2024. The asset protection unit was then moved from the city manager's office to the Metro Police in the new division. It was originally a unit and it's now a division, asset protection and security services. So in 1 July 2024, when this unit was moved over to Tshwane Metro Police as a division, it was discovered that this tender would expire in 28 February 2025. So a new process to replace this existing tender was initiated already in August, internally in the department, but at November 2024, this tender was then registered with a contract number of TMPD 32425, and that started with the process where it was BSC advertised, and the closing date was in the middle of February. So it has not yet been concluded by 28 February. So because the closing date of the bid itself was in the middle of February, there was not enough time to go through the bid evaluation process. There were a huge amount of bidders that submitted documents. So the bid evaluation process and the BAC process could not be concluded in time. So a report was then submitted to the BAC before the tender expired, and this report was then to extend the original tender to 2016-2017, and it was submitted to the BAC inter alia by Deputy Commissioner Umashi Dlamini from the Tshwane Metro Police, and then it was approved by the then chairperson of the BAC, Mr. Gareth Manisi, on the 27th of February 25, and it was final signed off by the accounting officer on the 28th of February to extend the tender for a period of 4 months till the 30th of June 2025 to give time for the new tender 32425 to be evaluated and to be concluded and awarded.
Commissioner Spies, can I just understand in that paragraph 23, where you say that it was approved by the extension was approved by the chairperson of the BAC, how does it work? Is it not the committee that approves the extension? The way you've said it here, it seems like it's an individual, and the individual being the chairperson.
Commissioner, it is a committee, so the report is presented by the department to the committee. The committee does obviously discuss the matter between themselves, and then it's recommended, and the chairperson of the committee signs off on the report as a recommendation to the accounting officer, and then the accounting officer sign off based on the recommendation from the chairperson.
So it's a decision of the committee.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spies, perhaps to give context to the clarity-seeking question by Commissioner Baloyi, could you go to the actual minute of the BAC? It will be on the smaller file. It will be file 4 of 4.
Sorry, which number?
945.
There was one minor issue I wanted to raise earlier, but I forgot. It took me a bit of time to find 945 uppercase A, because I was expecting it to be after 945. You know, for example, even with legislation, including subordinate legislation, the uppercase A or B, whatever the letter may be, usually signifies an insertion. And if it's 945, then the A will be indicating that it's an insertion after 945. So in the end, I was shown by Commissioner Kumalo where 945A is, because I was looking at the wrong place. That's just for the future.
I accept that, Chair.
Yes,
and
yes.
I think it is an insertion while trying to sort out the
Yes.
bundle, as it were, but you're quite correct.
No problem.
We should have mentioned the capital A.
Yes.
So now we deal with 945 with no capital A. Commissioner Spies, are you there?
Correct.
Yes. Can you read into the record at the very top what this document is?
It's the minutes of the bid adjudication committee dated 27 February 2025. And it's a further report where the Tshwane Metro Police Department is requesting for the approval for the extension of the security tender TMPD 2 2016-17 for the supply of physical security guarding services to protect the property, assets and personnel of the City of Tshwane on a month-to-month basis for a period not exceeding 4 months with effect from 1 March 2025 to 30 June 2025.
And this is the document you refer to at paragraph 23 of your statement.
Correct, that's the bid which was then signed off at the end of the chairperson of the bid award committee.
Yes, can you then go to the next page? I just want you to concentrate only on the parts that are put in bold. You can start with line 2 there too. Will be on page 946,
The middle portion.
the middle portion, yes.
Yes. As is practice in a BAC report, normally the BSC or BEC chairperson will also be present of the previous committee, but the report itself was presented by Beli Nwandule and Umashi Dlamini from the Metro Police. And then the resolutions that were made is that they noted the amendments that were done as recommended by the Bid Adjudication Committee of meeting of 20 February 2024, and the previous indication stating that the contract had expired and was corrected, and it further stated that it was valid until the 28th of February. It does not require a request for deviation. There was obviously from hindsight, because I wasn't here, is that there was a meeting. Because of the confusion of dates of a contract starts on 1 March and the previous contract was stated that it ended on 1 February. Whereas if a contract starts on 1 March, it actually ends at 28 February because it's valid for a full year. And then on the 20 February, there was a BAC where it was corrected in the BAC and they had to redo the report to come back with this report on the 27th of February. And therefore, you don't need a deviation because it is, while the tender is still ongoing, you can do the application to extend it. If the tender has expired, it becomes an irregular and a deviation report that must then be approved. And the department confirmed that the amount was still below the 15% markup and that the budget was in place for the 4 months. It's also stating then on the next page that the service level agreements is that the date for resuming duties was 1 March because they were arguing in that meeting about does it start 1 February, does it end 1 February or does it end 28 February. But eventually it was cleared out is that because of the court ruling and the SLA, it commenced 1 March and that it therefore ends on 28 February. And then the rulings is just that the contracts and everything forms part of the approval pack because the original SLAs is kept intact, it's not changed at all. The whole contract stays as is for the extension going forward. And the committee emphasized that it relied on the information presented by the department on the SLAs as the commencement date, and it was therefore then resolved that the service level agreements for the original 22 service providers with commencement date 1 March 2022 be extended. And then on the next page, 948.5 is listing just the 22 companies up to 949, which is exactly the same companies. Their order is just a random order where mine was alphabetical, but it's the same 22 companies. And then on page 949, it was signed off as recommended by the chairperson of the BAC, Mr. Gareth Manisi, on the 28th of February 25. And it was then final approval by the accounting officer, Mr. Metler, as the city manager.
I noticed, Commissioner, that it is this list, this second list, that is actually alphabetical. The earlier one was not.
Oh.
So the first 3 companies are not in alphabetical or do not follow in alphabetical.
Sorry, I have to correct it then, Commissioner, but it's a random type. It's not that I actually...
Yes.
The letters, how it came from is the pack of award letters that I have, in the order that they are, I typed their names, so I made an assumption on that.
All right, no, that's fine. Yes, Mr. Musigiri?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a question on this. Commissioner Spies, what's happening in our municipalities? Why is it so difficult to evaluate tenders before the previous one expires so that you can appoint new service providers on time. Why is it that you continuously see this thing where a tender is advertised, you know that the previous contract is a 3-year contract and it's going to expire at the end of February, but you don't complete the evaluation process and the new appointment before the end of February. And then you have to favor the companies that were appointed under the previous tender because you continuously extend their contracts and they get paid out of the municipality when in truth their term has expired because it was a 3-year term. You are effectively giving them 3.5 years now. Why is it that this is always happening?
Commissioner, on a general note, on my experience, is that in terms of the MFMA Act, it have very strict deadlines and guidelines of, let's say, a period of 90 days, that a tender must be, through all the committees, approved, advertised, and it must be evaluated and awarded. However, in the process, if you look at, and I cannot speak what happened here, but we restarted this tender afresh this year. It was advertised, it was approved to go to BSc in December, the decision was made. The first BSc sat in January. It was approved, it was advertised at the end of January, and it closed on the 10th of March. In between, there's a briefing session where all the prospective bidders must be at the compulsory session. At the briefing session, there were more than 1,200 companies. If we then go on, I don't know what obviously happened further because I'm not part of the BEC process, but if all 1,200 that was at the briefing session submit a bid, and it's a document this thick, you then get to the evaluation stage, the committee must physically go to every one of those companies and physically visit their sites, tick off on a checklist to say, you have all the specifications, requirements, you have it. Give them scoring points, then write a report, then go to verify that the company's documentation with SARS, PSIRA, all of that exists. That administrative bureaucracy process is when it is a large amount of tenders, like 1,200 people, no, I'm not saying people, companies, that creates a massive delay because of the large amount that is there, especially with tenders like these. And even now, there's a new process that's been introduced which also make a delay in the tenders. And I will touch on it later as well, which happened in the specific tenders. Because we as management start to notice that there's wrongness either at the BSc or at the BEC, because we know that there's tenders that is highly susceptible to wrongness. The city has introduced a process called probity. So now it will happen that the BEC will evaluate and do all of this work. Then probity will be the group audit and risk, which is a complete separate department as audit. They will redo the complete process of the BEC to verify that the BEC didn't crook. And then, so it's a second evaluation process. And then the probity report will be included into the BEC's result, and only then will it go to the BAC, which still have then the choice to say, but we don't believe whatever BEC or whatever probity found. Probity could found wrongness. And then if probity found wrongness, then the report will actually state that there was wrongness and it be cancelled again. So it is a problematic process of delays that happen because of volumes that is involved.
But then it means if you know that a 3-year contract is expiring at the end of February 2025 or 2020, you must start the process a year earlier. You can't start it 3 months before the contract expires. And then when you get to the expiry, you say, oh, we had 1,200 bids. You must expect that in advance and plan in advance. And the reason I'm raising this is you mentioned the 3 companies that the evidence leader said will be the focus of this stream. They have been favored because it means their contracts have been extended after their term has expired. And that would apply to the other 22. And the question I'm asking myself, maybe it will come up later, is whether this was done deliberately to favor these companies, or if, as you say, it's simply the volume that overwhelmed those who were evaluating the bids. I don't know.
Commissioner, on the one side, I have to agree with you, but as a city, from now that I know of, we actually do start earlier. We take 9 months before tenders expires. We as management and TMPD already sit with a 9-month list to say that these tenders will expire in the next 9 months. The process must be started so that we start internally the processes. It is still, the internal process has started, but from the day that you advertise, from that day onwards, there's the 90-day. Even though we have actually asked that 90 days must be extended, because we know for some tenders, probity will come in, and that will add a portion to it as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. Perhaps to give justice to Commissioner Balui's question earlier on with regard to Gareth Munisi, you'll see that at 949, the question was, you had said in your statement he approved, but you will see there the signature comes as someone who recommended and signed off. You accept that?
Correct. That's, as I stated, is that the chairperson of the BAC recommend and sign off on it.
Yes. Now, what I want to bring to your attention is that there has been evidence by the previous witness, Sergeant Nkosi, dealing with WhatsApp conversations between himself, Mr. Gareth Munisi, Mr. Umashi Dlamini, in particular around that specific time of the extension of the contracts and a few days later. So what I want to ask you, fairly so to say that, would it be your fair observation at the very least, nothing higher than that, to say that both Mr. Munisi and Dlamini played some role in the extension of this tender?
Correct, but I cannot obviously say
I'm just thinking, should we not rely on what is gleaned from the WhatsApp texts on that and not require the commissioner to express an opinion on the matter?
I accept that to an extent that he is dealing with the document that deals with the extension of that tender and the times. And obviously, Chair, we will marry it together at the relevant time to draw the dots with the conversation without drawing him there. But just to bring...
I guess what I'm saying is drawing those lines or linking those dots, I don't think that it gets better by whatever view the commissioner may express.
I take that.
Get what I mean?
Yes, Chair.
Yes. I'm not sure whether you completed this by making reference to the approval by the city manager after the chairperson of the BAC had made a recommendation. That is at 949. Did we get to that point? Did we get to that point, Commissioner? That is, after the recommendation by Mr. Munisi, the chairperson of the PAC, the city manager then also signed off approving.
Correct,
and
Commissioner.
And just to add to that, to the chair's question, just explain to us the role that the city manager plays in this regard as approved.
Yes.
Thank you.
The city manager is, as per the System and the Structures Act, he's the accounting officer for the city as the #1 official. And therefore, whatever the BAC recommend to him, he signs it off as the accounting officer. He's not directly involved in the process at all, except signing off as the accounting officer for the city. The BAC committee is the one who make the decision and resolution, which is then signed off as recommended by the chairperson of the BAC. And then the city manager, as only in his role as accounting officer, signs off on it.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Musigiri?
Thank you. Commissioner Spies, in your exchange with Commissioner Kumalo, you had touched a bit on the probity process. Can you just pick it up there to an extent that you need to, from paragraph 24?
Yes. This new replacement tender, which is the 3/24/25, was then obviously completed and it was evaluated. And in this process, at the end of March, beginning of April, when the BEC concluded its work, this tender was then selected for probity. And probity process then ran its course, which initially was thought it would only be 30 days. It eventually ran up to the end of October, or middle of October. Probity took a very, very long time to do it. And during this process, the tender expired, this extension of the tender expired 30 June. And this was then, in the meantime, I've now been appointed, so now I'm presenting the report to the BEC, or to the BIC to say, but this tender is selected for probity. We still have to now continue with the services because of the probity process that is busy. It was then initially thought we extended for 3 months because then probity would be finished from 1 July 25 to 30 September 25. And then in September, the probity process was not yet concluded, and it was then extended again for 1 October to 31 December so that the probity process could be concluded. And in that process, at the October portion, the probity report was concluded, and they submitted their report to the BEC. So the BEC will then present the probity report together with their original findings to the BAC. And this served in October 25 at the BAC, and it was then resolved by the BAC chairperson as well, Mr. Manisi, that this new replacement tender, the 3/24/25, must be cancelled because there was 2 reasons that was given on the report. The one reason, and it comes from probity, what probity found. The one reason was that the pricing schedule that was attached to the tender originally was ambiguous, and the reason for the ambiguity was that at the BEC stated that on the pricing schedule there may be no blank spaces. If there's a blank space, it must either be scratched out or it must be written not applicable. And probity indicated that it should be written as R0.00 and not as not applicable. It was their findings. And then the second finding was that when the documents was removed from supply chain in the BEC, there was a register where probity signed for all the documents, all the bid documents. However, when they returned it, 6 documents were missing. And that missing documents then caused the second reason why this tender, because it's irregular, and it's the second reason that this tender be cancelled because of this irregularity, and the process must therefore commence afresh again with a new tender process that must be started.
Commissioner,
It seems the easiest way to scupper a procurement process is just to remove documents, throw them away, the result of which will be that the process has become irregular. This is not the first time this is happening. It happened at the stage of the evaluation of the very contract that's being extended from time to time now. I wonder how the documents get or go missing.
Commissioner, with the new afresh tender which we started this year, we have added a specification and a clause is that every tenderer shall submit not only his physical documents, he shall also submit the electronic digital version of it, so that there will now be 2 versions. There will be, not 2 versions, there will be exactly the same document, but one will be a digital version that's submitted, which will be then electronically filed by the city, and there will be a hard copy which will then be evaluated to prevent any documents from going missing in future again.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Spies, just for the record on this subject, can you go to the very annexure RS27? That will be on file 4 on page 950. So it's the smaller file again.
Starting at 950.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Spees, what I want you, Commissioner Spees, I want you to look at read into the record the title of that document.
This is the Bid Adjudication Committee dated 23 October 25, and it's the Tshwane Metro Police Department TMPD 03-2024-25 cancellation report. Tender for the appointment of a service provider to provide security services at various sites belonging to the City of Tshwane, including substations and reservoirs, for a 3-year period. And then it was recommended, the BEC therefore recommend that the tender for the appointment of service provider to provide security services at various sites belonging to the City of Tshwane, including substations and reservoirs for a 3-year period, be cancelled due to materials irregularity.
Thank you. Can you then flip over for the record to read on the very next page what was then resolved following that recommendation?
It was resolved at point 1 that TMPD 3-24-25, that tender as be cancelled due to material irregularity as indicated below. And then that during the evaluations of the tender, the committee identified following misalignment and material irregularities. That during the meeting between the BEC and probity teams on 26 August 25, it became apparent that there were multiple interpretations of the specifications, particularly the pricing schedule which was issued as an addendum. In regard to the interpretation of the addendum, it stipulated that the pricing schedule must be completed in full, no blank spaces, and the BEC interpretations is that the pricing schedule need not to have blank spaces. And according to the probity team, the blank spaces must be completed with numerical figures. The specifications stipulated that some areas do not require armed guard, whereas the mandatory requirement dictate that bidders who do not submit firearm licenses as part of their bid would be disqualified. Therefore, it's a disadvantaging those who do not have firearm licenses. The specifications were also silent on the PSIRA pricing guidelines that should be considered.
Thank you. Can you then, for completeness, deal with the person who recommended and again the ultimate approval?
The committee's chairperson, Mr. Gareth Manisi, also then recommended on the 28th of October 2025, and it was again signed off by the city manager as the accounting officer on the 29th of October 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Spees. Can we then pick it up from following this cancellation? Can we go then pick it up at paragraph 27?
So there was obviously then a decision made that this process, because it's now cancelled, it must be started afresh. And then we obviously as a department during December, we revisited the specifications to make sure that it is corrected as per the previous cancellation report, that there could be no ambiguous in this. And a new tender was then started afresh, which is now TMPD 7-2025-26. This tender was approved at the BSC meeting in January 26. It was advertised and it closed on the 10th of March. So when I made the statement whereafter it will be evaluated, this is obviously in process now. There's a BEC committee that's been appointed that is in the process of evaluating this new tender as we speak now. But as we stand today, we are operating under tender TMPD 2-2016-17 till at least 30 June 2026, this financial year, while this tender is evaluated and awarded.
Just to understand how the process works, in that recommendation, which is signed by Mr. Mnisi as chairperson of the BAC, you have the city manager approving the cancellation. How does it work? If the city manager didn't agree with the reasons provided by the BAC for cancelling, and therefore they're not agreeing with the recommendation to cancel, how does it get resolved?
Commissioner, luckily I'm not a city manager, but if a city manager disagree with the committee, the BAC committee or the recommendation, I think that he will refuse to sign. He will refer it back to most probably the group audit and risk to do a forensic investigation about why the committee makes the decision. If the report doesn't clearly explain the legislative compliance and why it's making this recommendation. So if I was the city manager and I don't want to sign because my BAC make a recommendation which doesn't make sense to me, I will refer it to the group audit legal to actually verify the correctness of it, and I will also refer it for forensic investigation, and I will not approve that. However, if the report comes to me as the city manager and looks correct, and the reasons and everything is stated as correct, and the chairperson signs it off as recommended, I obviously will then sign, because there is a trust relationship between the city manager and the subordinates underneath him that they will do the correct work.
I guess what I'm asking is, and to the extent that you're familiar with the prescripts about these matters, is the city manager in this kind of situation obliged to approve as a formality, or in fact he does have real power? He could refuse to approve.
No, the city manager has definitely got real power. He can refuse.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. In the next paragraphs, you deal with payments of this tender and obviously the financial implications of the extensions of this tender on the TMPD. Can you just pick it up then on paragraph 29 of your statement, Commissioner?
This tender itself comprises of two elements to it. One is what we call the watchman services, which is paid to the 22 monthly companies, which is sites that have been identified where they are deployed on a regular basis, on a monthly basis. And then there's a second portion which we call internally ad hoc services. Ad hoc services is emergency need. It is when it's a situation where there could be a break-in at the site on a Friday evening and we need emergency guards at a short notice. That is ad hoc services, and these are then temporarily, and in the new tender, for instance, that will be an hourly service, and if that hourly service extends to be longer than a month, then we will pay the monthly service. That's the idea behind ad hoc services. It's when it's a short-term, immediate solution. Ad hoc also relates to the city departments will identify, they, for instance, have CAPEX projects where they build new facilities. It could be that the water services department will, for instance, or water and sanitation will build a new hydroelectrical scheme. And then in the middle of a financial year, the hydroelectrical scheme is completed and it's handed over to the city as a completed project. While it's under construction, the service provider doing the construction is responsible for the security, for himself. But when he hands it over to the city and it becomes the city's property, the moment that happens, the city must become responsible for the protection of that. So it could be that there's no planning in place that we know what other departments are doing, and then at a very short notice we are informed that there's a new site or a new facility, and we have to place then ad hoc guards. So that tender consists of these two components. There's like a fixed component, and then there's an ad hoc component to it. And during this, what was discovered...
Sorry, Commissioner Spies, just to understand you well then, is that once you are part of the security on the panel, on what do you call the watchman service, is that you'll be allocated a particular site that you guard constantly and be paid on a monthly basis. And then on the other hand, there is the ad hoc part where you have to be able to come in as and when you are called to assist as the security provider, service provider. Is that correct?
That's correct. Originally in 2016-17, when the tender was started, the city had a total of 1,087 sites that have been, a risk assessment has been concluded on those sites, on the 1087 sites. And out of that, they were then categorized in category high risk, medium risk, and low risk. And the high-risk sites, which is normally obviously included, is the infrastructure sites like energy substations. Those sites are then allocated to security guards over the 7 regions of the city. And when it now gets to 2025, the portion of those sites have got permanent guards because they're considered high risk. And then the lower risk has either no guards or technology, maybe alarm system deployed to them. But the ad hoc services is when a department comes along and says, I don't have any guards, or there's an influx of security breaches. We experience, for instance, a sabotage at a substation or an in-feed station like Kwaga. We need to increase the security. So the energy department will approach us then and say, I need ad hoc guards. And from us as a department, we obviously don't have the budget. We've got a very limited budget for that. And there's then a demand that the other departments, when you come along and you say, I want ad hoc services added to the service, they must then budget and fund it in that process. So the ad hoc services is a temporary solution while something is happening. It's not supposed to be a long-term solution at all.
Commissioner, let me take you back to 952 and the recommendation and approval, the recommendation by the chairperson of the BAC, Mr. Nisi, and the approval by the city manager. I'm just thinking, and this of course is also based on chats that were displayed here and on which testimony was given, some of which suggested that it was suggested to Mr. Mnisi that make sure that there is no award and that there are extensions, the upshot of which would obviously be that the incumbents continue rendering services. Now, I will not ask you to comment on that, as I indeed said to Mr. Musigiri, you do not have to. But what I'm getting at is this. If indeed what those chats show us may have led to or informed this extension, so what appears proper here and on which there's a recommendation and approval may well have been simulated and not something real, so to speak. So the short point I want to make is that unbeknown to a city manager, the accounting officer, the possibility cannot be discounted that they may actually be signing off on something that is simulated. Would you accept that?
Commissioner, I would agree with you. Even I didn't know anything about it, and it's like there's a trust relationship that your subordinates will do the correct thing, and I obviously didn't know anything about the understream or undercurrent discussions and things that is happening. But it is possible that officials can contrive to create this at the bottom end.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Commissioner Spies, in trying to understand what you've dealt with in terms of the watchman services and the ad hoc services, we have sampled a company called Gubi's 85 Solutions, which you deal with at paragraph 30 of your statement. Can you take it from there and just deal with it?
Okay. During the existence of the tender, the service provider, who was paid the largest amount for ad hoc services specifically, was Gubi's 85 Solutions. I've also attached a spreadsheet listing the total payments made between July 2024 and June 25. And This is also further reflected on Goobies 85 Solutions bank statement, which is annexure RS28. And during this time, this period for the ad hoc services alone, a total amount of 59,133,986.32 was paid to Goobies for ad hoc services only, over and above their normal monthly deployment of guards, which average approximately 3.5 million rand a month. That's their normal deployment, but the ad hoc is from over and above that amount.
Commissioner Spies, perhaps let's just take one step back before you move on to paragraph 31. You've made reference to annexure R82, which you said it's a sample of the bank statement of Goobies. Can we just go there? And perhaps to be correct, it's not a sample of the entire statement. We've taken out at least what's the payments made to Goobies by Tshwane. That will be page, so it's file 404, the small file, and then it's by page 953.
Correct, Commissioner. It's, as I stated, it's just the amounts that was paid to Goobies on ad hoc services that is reflected in that statement.
And to be correct, in your statement, Commissioner Spies, you say that this will reflect amounts between July 2024 and June 2025. But if you pay close attention, unless I'm mistaken, it seems on the second column that total only relates to payments made in 2025.
The ad hoc services, when I actually look at it, there's other emails that I will attach later on. It originates from an email which was sent on the 12th of March. And in that email, it was mentioned that in January 2025 and February 2025, it escalated, that the ad hoc escalated. So that's why this is only looking at that period of the 6 months, but it's in the financial year 24-25 when this was drawn from what was paid to Goobies.
And Chair, at the relevant times, we will draw the necessary links with the chats that was happening at that relevant time to show the effect of these payments. I will not put that to Commissioner Spies to deal with. Commissioner Spies, perhaps then you can go to paragraph 31 that you started dealing with.
So during this time, that amount of 59 million rand was paid to Goobies 85 for ad hoc services only. But I have been informed that Mr. Manisi and Deputy Commissioner Dlamini communicated with each other on 5 March by sending messages through Sergeant Nkosi in relation to the creation of purchase orders for ad hoc services. The purchase orders created out of this process were registered on the TMPD system only on the 6th of March. And these include purchase orders for ad hoc services ostensibly procured for Goobies 85 solution in the aggregated amount of 13,635,133.60, and that's 11 million plus VAT. And I've attached a spreadsheet of those as well. I must actually state that obviously I've been informed of this. I haven't at that stage, and as I stated, I was appointed on 1 March 2025, and my first week at Tshwane Metro Police was a administrative induction, contract sign, payroll, admin, uniform issue. Effectively, I started to work on Monday the 10th, actually doing work, and on the 12th, I discover an email which then referred back. I didn't know these were happening at the back end at all.
Can you, for the record, just tell us what the roles or positions of Mr. Mnisi and Dlamini are, and if they are still with the city of Tshwane?
Mr. Manisi is the Chief Financial Officer of the city of Tshwane, and Deputy Commissioner Dlamini is a Deputy Chief Metro Police in the city of Tshwane, and he is the Deputy Chief of Support and Administrative Services.
And they are both still there?
Yes, Mr. Manisi is definitely still there. Commissioner Dlamini, I have seen in the media and I've been informed that he has been suspended on last week Friday due to his name being appeared here at the commission.
And who's the chief of police?
The chief of police is Commissioner Yolanda Faro.
Say that again?
Commissioner Yolanda Faro.
F-A?
R-O.
F-A-R-O.
Yes.
It's Pharaoh, and
Not the biblical Pharaoh there.
Could be biblical, but it is F-A-R-O.
and for the record, Chair, she is lined up to come and assist with some information to the commission. Commissioner
I
Spies,
notice that Commissioner Dlamini's name is spelled with an H here, whereas if I'm not mistaken, everywhere else it's without the H.
Commissioner, for a change, I think I'm correct.
Oh, is it?
His rank as well is, I've noticed that his rank is indicated as general. He is not a general, he is deputy commissioner is his rank, and his post is deputy chief of Metro Police.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I think we're very much scolded by Commissioner Spies during consultations that we must not refer to him as general. But I think we might have picked that up from the conversations, but it's correct that he should at least enjoy the rank of deputy commissioner.
Correct.
Perhaps then, because we need to correct something, Commissioner Spies, can you go to page 954? It's the same file we're dealing with, 4 of 4. So you will just have to flip over 2 pages if you haven't left that page. So it's file 4, page 954. That will be annexure 8.1 that you refer to in your statement. Now, at the very first paragraph in your statement, you say that these amounts here are for ad hoc services. Can you speak to that, because that does not seem to be the case?
The amounts on page 954 is purchase orders that's been created specifically for ad hoc services. It is smaller amounts, for instance, 353,000 and 269,000. And if you total that up, which has been created on the 6th of March when it was created, it comes to a total amount of 11 million, whereas Goobies 85 Solutions has a normal watchman services that is deployed, which is in the other spreadsheet, of 3.5 million per month. So this is specifically related to ad hoc services that has been created.
Thank you. Can we then go to, I think we're starting to deal with the next paragraph, 32.
Maybe before you, sorry, maybe before you do that, Commissioner, we, in the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi, the WhatsApp exchanges that are referred to, there is a series of exchanges that are about uploading the purchase orders and payments being approved. They've been uploaded, they haven't shown on my system. There's a bit of that. Now, looking at this 954 page that you were looking at, the purchase orders were created all on the same day, or at least they carry the same date, the 6th of March 2025. For purposes of services delivered and for which payment is being claimed, because all of that exchange ends up, all this uploading of purchase orders ends up with payment being approved and made within a very short space of time. What does it mean when the purchase order is uploaded? Has the service already been rendered and invoiced for, or ordinarily the purchase order comes before the service? How does the system work, as you understand? I understand that it's somebody's specialty, but to the extent that you're here and you're speaking to page 954, how would it work?
Commissioner, normally within the department, there will first be a requisition created by the department for services to be rendered. And then a purchase order will be generated and based on the requisition from the department. And that purchase order will then be given to the supplier.
Okay.
He will then deliver the work as per the purchase order. And at the end of the period when he delivered the work, he will submit an invoice.
see.
And that invoice will then be processed, linked to the purchase order and to the requisition. And that payment will then be effected. So for Watchman Services, there is a purchase order created in the beginning of the financial year because it's a fixed deployment of how many guards will be deployed. And that is then one purchase order for that service for the year. Sorry. But the ad hoc services, purchase orders are created as and when it's needed. And that is then, as soon as the purchase order is created, it is then paid per invoice as it's delivered. There is also a monitoring team from the Asset Protection Security Services that if there is a purchase order, that they will actually go and inspect and see that there is guards deployed, there is work being done, and then the invoice process is signed off. This is done in my division in the security section portion of it, which is headed by Director Chukudu Malachi. So he and even the award letters will then verify that the work has been done, sign it off, and submit it for payment.
Okay, thank you.
I suppose, Commissioner Spies, the more pointed question would be, is it possible to load these purchase orders and have them processed where the actual work has not been done?
I can't do that. The purchase orders is created by the finance department or in our department. I don't know exactly who the individual is who created. If they're corrupt, most probably it can happen, but it shouldn't be able to happen. There should be a trail of the requisition, sign off, the purchase order trail. There should be paperwork trail to that, and that should then be linked to work actually being conducted as well.
Yes, I think we will touch base a bit later on ghost, at least ghost employees that are at least not positioned where they are, and all of that, dealing with the invoices. But then can we proceed?
But just before that, you referred to site inspections to see or verify whether work is indeed being done. Are those inspections ad hoc?
Commissioner, what we've done is we've in APSS, the asset protection, we have very few people. We have only got 7 regional supervisors. But the department itself, through Commissioner Farah, we have decided to deploy 54 Metro Police officers to the same function so that they, as per shift basis, that they actually visit all sites. And the sites are randomly visited and OB entries are made. There's also a checklist, which as per the SLA, there's a penalty clauses if there's non-compliance to specific items. If a security guard, for instance, doesn't have uniform on, or if a security guard doesn't have a torch, or a security guard doesn't have a PSIRA appointment card. For all of that, there's penalty clauses that's being levied. So since I took over, there wasn't previously, until last year, April, there wasn't really penalty clauses levied. But from May last year, penalty clauses are definitely implemented because of the monitoring system that we put in place to make sure that the guard deployment are verified and are checked. And if there's then mishaps where it doesn't happen, there's penalty clauses against them. Even if there's a breach at, let's say, for instance, one of our stores, there's a breach and lawnmowers or grass cutters are stolen, the company is, if it's their negligence related to it, there is guards that was on duty and they slept, for instance, in that. The levy will be either replacement of the goods or the value of the goods will then be a credit note put or a debit note put against the invoice. So that is definitely taking place now.
Oh, at the beginning of your response, you used open quote randomly, close quote. Does that mean the inspections are ad hoc or not really?
It's randomly, the inspections itself is not ad hoc. It's a team that's been appointed and they work a specific shifts because we work on a 24/7 system. So that team is assigned as a inspection and monitoring team.
All right.
Their function is not ad hoc. They must
All right.
do the inspections of all sites in the region and the sector where they are deployed.
All right, thank you. Mr. Musugidi?
Thank you. Commissioner Spies, can you then proceed to paragraph 32?
The total amount paid under this TMPD 2 2016-2017 to all the service providers since inception, that is 1 March 2022 when they started, to the end of January 2026, because when I draw this statement, that was when we actually draw the figures. We always pay 30 days later, so the figures is dated until January 26, was 2,923,467 rand and 84 cents, which makes it approximately 730,857,466 rand per annum, our annum. It's a financial year, which is July to June. And then I've created a spreadsheet of a summary of all payments to the 22 companies from March, including the total paid to each company during this period, attaches an extra RS29. But this excludes ad hoc services.
The 15-month extension, it's R1 billion. I mean, if the contract, the 3-year contract expired in February last year, and you extended it, and now it's been extended again until June this year. I mean, that's at least a year and 4 months. That's easily R1 billion.
It's approximately 750 million.
A year.
A year.
And then you add the other 4 months. Because remember,
Yes.
you said the extension, the current one, is going to run until June.
That's correct.
So a year would have been last year March until this year March. And then you add, May, June, hopefully they would have finalized it by then. That's 14 months.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So it gets you over 800 million easily.
This is only for the watchman services. When we add the ad hoc that escalated this year, it's going to be close to R1 billion.
Yeah.
And I must state in the spreadsheet, sorry, Commissioner.
You want to take us there?
In the spreadsheet, when it was created,
Commissioner, maybe let me just direct you to where to find the spreadsheet. That will be on
Perhaps
page.
let's deal with the spreadsheet at 11:25.
Indeed, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume then. the spreadsheet.
Indeed. Commissioner Spies, before we went for tea, we're talking about an amount of 2 billion, and you prepared a spreadsheet to demonstrate how that amount came out. The spreadsheet, it's on file 4, the small one again, page 963. So 963 will be where you deal with a total of 2 billion, and the actual document starts at 956.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes, can you speak to that?
I
Please.
think 2 billion is an understatement. I mean, this is almost 3 billion. Is it not 2.9 billion?
That's correct, Chair.
Commissioner, this I drawn up when we started with the tender. I created the spreadsheet to keep track of everything right from the beginning. So on the left-hand side, the columns is the 22 companies. And then I had to go back in history with the assistance of the previous staff so that I can get the original amounts which was paid. And then it lists the companies per month, how much was paid to the companies. However, I must, right from the point out, say that amount is related to the Watchman services, because even though in March 25, when this allegation of increase of ad hoc services came up, I even draw graphs from these to see where's the spike, that I can actually notice what happened if there was a spike at all. And I couldn't get any spike in it immediately from that. So to me, this graph just shows the total that's been paid for the Watchman services, the 2.9 monthly deployment at fixed sites. The Watchman services, what I've discovered in the meantime, is paid from the requesting department's vote numbers. So if there's water and sanitation department or energy department or whichever department asks for ad hoc Watchman services, the funding is made available from their budget and it's not reflected on us as TMPD and in the payments that is reflected here.
Commissioner Spies, is it then correct, when you look at this spreadsheet, the amounts there are fairly average and consistent? Would it be then correct to at least postulate that if there was any room for manipulation, it will have to fall under the ad hoc services as compared to the Watchman services? Do you have any comment to that?
The Watchman services, the deployment, it very slightly differ. It could be that there's 1 or 2 guards added over a period of 4 to 5 months and then reduced again with 1 or 2 guards. So the payments stay consistent through the years. There's very, very little movement there in the Watchman services. And that's in the analysis as well that I performed on this. That's why it sounded to me very strange and fishy that there's these large amounts being paid to security without us picking it up. And only then, when we start to delve into this deeper and deeper, we actually discovered that the fluctuations actually came from the ad hoc services that was assigned on the sideline.
Commissioner Spies, can you then pick it up from the next paragraph where you deal with the financial obligations, paragraph 34 of the statement?
At the end of June, which is the end of our financial year, it was very clear that our budget needs an upliftment of 91 million rand because we've exceeded our budget and we could not pay for the services because of these sideline ad hoc services. So there was then, by the Chief of Police, a specific letter that was drafted in the department to say that the service providers for the period of May to June 2025 is that they must be paid, and it's recommended by the Chief of Police has actually created a letter to the CFO, who is Mr. Gareth Manisi, and then it was approved by the City Manager, Mr. Metler, that the upliftment of the funds be authorized so that the service providers could be paid in the financial year. And that letter is attached to my reference as RS 210, but it's obviously not me that actually signed or drafted it. It was drafted and done by the Deputy Chief Dlamini in the Support and Finance Admin, and then signed off by the Chief of Police as recommended and requested, and the CFO to recommend it, and approved by the City Manager.
Chair, I believe that this letter is quite important, this upliftment letter of funds. Can Mr. Spies go to it? I need you to read it into the record. That letter appears, it's still on file 4, page 964. And perhaps for the record, then read paragraph 1, 2, 3, and the last paragraph of that letter.
The subject of the letter is upliftment of funds on security services, watchman services. The Tshwane Metro Police Department wishes to seek approval for the upliftment of funds on security services to the amount of 91 million rand for 24-25 financial year, to settle invoices for security services rendered for the period of May and June 25. The city operates a hybrid security model that integrates both in-source security guards and contracted private security companies. This approach was adopted following a court ruling in August 21, which directed the city to contract 22 private security service providers for a 3-year period. This contracted services began the services with the city on 1 March 22, and the contract expired on 28 February 25. An approved extension of the current contract was set to expire on the 30th of June 25. The BAC approved a further extension of the security services for a period of 3 months from 1 July to 30 September 25. During the financial year, the city approved and made a budget available of 307,129,702 million for provision of security services to protect the property, assets and personnel of the city of Tshwane. And during the budget adjustment period, an additional 350 million was allocated to this service, as the initial budget allocated was in deficit. The adjusted budget was calculated and determined based on our monthly expenditure on the normal security services contract, and it meant that the city would be able to honor its financial contractual obligations until the end of financial year if only normal security services were honored. The budget for watchman services is centralized with the TMPD. The client departments are allowed to procure ad hoc security services that's based on their security needs and following the need assessment. The above mentioned provision is to be followed provided that such approved is made subject to the availability of funds. The cost thereof should be borne by the client department for these additional services. And the client department's water and sanitation department approved additional security services but did not make funds available to enable the TMPD to settle the invoices. The understanding was that the client department would identify savings within their budget and transfer funds to the TMPD vote. However, that did not materialize. This resulted in the TMPD having to pay for the ad hoc services rendered from the normal contract budget, thereby creating a deficit of 57 million for the month of June, and a further 34 million rand, total of 91 million rand, will be required for the months of May and June to cover for the ad hoc services that would have been rendered. This is then recommended by Commissioner Faru as the Chief of Police, and it was recommended by Mr. Manisi as the Chief Financial Officer, and he had a comment that he added to say that the department, to ensure that mechanisms are put in place to ensure that expenditures within the limits of the budget in the 25-26 financial year, and it was then approved by the City Manager, Mr. Metler, on the 2nd July 2025.
Commissioner Spies, is there anything that you want to add or comment on that request for an upliftment of that 91 million?
The budget initially was created, if you based it on the previous financial year, the initial budget allocated was half of what was normally allocated. And that's why in the adjustment budget, the budget was adjusted to make sure that it is comparable with the previous financial year and the projected services. However, when the watchman services started to being paid and the ad hoc suddenly came in January, February and March, the department processed those ad hoc services against our budget and not against the client department budget where it originated from. And that made that by the end of April, we were already depleted on our own budget. And then in May and June, we obviously didn't have the funds from our own budget to pay it. And that's why the upliftment was then stated to say, but the regional department should have paid it. And the money should be uplifted so that it can actually be transferred, because the departments between one another should have done the transfer into one another's, do a journal and what they call a GL, which is a general ledger vote number to do the accounting of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. The next paragraph, it identifies a person by the name of Tsukuru Malachi. And the next paragraph, they have significant relevance to him. Can you take us through that and also explain who is Mr. Malachi? Where does he fall in a chain of command within the TMPD? Thank you.
Director Tsukuru Malachi is, and I just have to go slightly back into the history, is that the section that dealt with the security tender in the 2016-27 process was then called the Asset Protection Services Unit, which was a unit within the division specialized policing services. That unit was relocated to the city manager's office in 2019 from TMPD. So there was an instruction that this unit are relocated to the city manager's office, and that project managers on the various award letters was then indicating that Director Tsukuru Malachi and Mr. Nava Pillay is, in terms of the award letters, managing the security contract, TMPD 2 2016-17. And the whole period from 2019, from the start of the tender, everything was then done from this APS unit in the city manager's office. In July 24, this unit was then relocated back to Tshwane Metropolis with effect from 1 July 2024. And it was placed then under the new division of which I'm now the divisional head, Asset Protection and Security Services. And part of my portfolio is that this division of Asset Protection and Security Services have then this section within me, which is the Security Services and Guarding section. And Director Tsukuru Malachi is appointed as the Director for Security and Guarding Services, and he reports directly to me. The deployment, the monitoring of the security companies and the invoicing processes fall directly under his auspices. He signs off on it, he does the deployment of it, and once he signs off it and do the deployment, he obviously, as the sectional head, he submits it directly to the Deputy Chief Support and Administration, which falls under the control of Deputy Commissioner Umashi Dlamini. And however, Director Malachi has been suspended by Commissioner Faro on recommendation from myself since the 4th of July due to consequence management being implemented against him. And at the moment, Colonel Reginald Madlanga is acting in his stead formally as the Director Security and Guarding Services. And that matter of Malachi is still ongoing. It's sub judice. It started as the disciplinary hearing, but it's not yet concluded.
Commissioner Spies, just to assist the Commission, how has been your relationship with Director Malachi since you arrived in March 2025? The professional relationship, I mean.
been a very difficult relationship because I was appointed, and in my very first week, I've set up an appointment or meeting with all my subordinates to introduce myself to them. And during the meeting, the discussions was held, and everyone introduced himself to me and what their function is so that I understand who they are. And he elected to speak last. And when he then started to speak, he opened the discussion completely disrespectful towards me, stating that, yeah, he's got a higher rank than me because he is a commissioned officer and I'm not a commissioned officer. So I then called him into my office after the meeting to discuss with him, to say, but he doesn't understand the concept of a commissioned officer. A commissioned officer in the South African Police Services Act is a South African Police Services Office who has been commissioned and signed off by the President because of his appointment as an officer. But that is when you resign from the South African Police Service, it becomes a ceremonial rank that if you're not fired, you can keep the ceremonial rank, but you have no powers, no function whatsoever. It's only a ceremonial rank. And he was, prior to his appointment in the city of Tshwane, he was in the South African Police Service. So, and I understood that his rank was either captain or colonel. And then we had a discussion about that, and I stated to him, it's true that I'm not a commissioned officer, because I'm not in the South African Police Service. We are in the Metro Police. And he must make a choice how he wants to be addressed by me. Does he want to be addressed as a captain or a colonel, or as a director? Because he's a director appointed, and I will address him as director, or else I can address him as a colonel, which is a much lower equivalent rank to that. And he then stated, no, he's a director. So we left it at that. But whenever I give him instructions, he would actively disobey my instructions, and he would not do whatever I have informed him to do. And it came to a head when, and that's part of his disciplinary hearing, where there's a forensic investigation that's being done into breaches at our city, and also of declarations that has not been fully declared in terms of a senior management declarations. And that's why he was then placed on suspension, and a disciplinary matter has been initiated against him, and that is still carrying on to date.
And then at paragraph 39, when you say all deployment and monitoring of security companies, would that include the deployment of ad hoc or security, or what do you mean by that?
That is his function. So as per the appointment letter and in the SLA, I think in the SLA it's under point 9 of the SLA, but in the appointment letter where it states that Director Malachi and Nawa Pillay is responsible for the management of this contract, and then in the SLA it states specifically his position as Director Security Services. He's responsible for deployment. He must therefore, if there's a necessity for a deployment, he makes the decision to deploy security officers.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next topic.
Does that mean, Commissioner Spies, that any questions about whether there had been deployment and therefore justifying an invoice from a service provider and the payment of that invoice are matters that Mr. Director Malachi would be accountable, must explain? He's the person to explain that. Is that what you mean in paragraph 39?
Correct, Commissioner. The actual deployment will then obviously be followed by an invoice. And the invoice process, the security service provider would submit the invoice to the office. The Asset Protection Security Services officers will deal with a combination and making up the evidence pack that must go to Finance Department, and that will proceed through as an invoice to Director Malachi, will sign off on the invoice, that he certified that the work was conducted. And from him, it will then go to the TMPD finance section that will do the uploading into the finance system and do the bureaucracy process at the back end of that. I must state, however, and I think it's in my very next portion, is that where I'll touch on that when we get to it, is that the process has been slightly changed for that, is that we do not allow ad hoc services now. We've introduced a new procedure from between the 12th of March, which initiated from the 1st of April, where the client departments would now fill in a form that has been designed by us, and this form will then have to be signed off with a motivation and full explanation why they would need ad hoc guards. It will go to their group head, which is the head of their department, and it will, if the group head has a cluster head, because some of the departments are clustered together with a chief operating officer, it will also have to be signed off by the chief operating officer that they actually need this extra ad guards, and that they make provision that we can use their funding and budget. It will then come through to us as a department, to me specifically. I will then instruct a different section within the asset protection and security services than the guarding services to go and do a minimum security risk assessment based on this application. And based on what the risk assessment then prescribed, we will then instruct the guarding side that you may now proceed to deploy ad hoc guards. So between the 12th of March and the 1st of April, this new process was instituted to control the ad hoc guards in a much better method.
When you say the 1st of April, you mean 2026?
2025.
Oh, I see.
That's not yet.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spies, the next topic, you deal with the stoppage of this ad hoc security services. And in that paragraph, take us through that paragraph and then you make reference to an email after that. Perhaps that's with the paragraph and then we'll go to the annexure to that.
Maybe before you do that, again, something that I wanted to check with Mr. Musikidi. This evidence about Director Malachi, on the face of it, it's quite benign when you look at the statement, and I'm concerned that we may miss the significance of it because of how you're handling it, if it's going to come up, if it is of particular, or he is of particular significance along the way.
Yes, Commissioner Baloyi. The very next subtopic deals with that. Remember, the witness canvassed the nature of the relationship and the chain of command and the instructions given. And we will speak to that when he talks about the stoppage of these ad hoc services and what transpired and what the role of Mr. Malachi then, or how he behaved to that instruction.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner. Commissioner Spies, I think we can then continue from paragraph 41.
On Thursday, the 12th of March, and I have previously mentioned the specific date, just after 4 o'clock the afternoon, I was sent an email that originated from Deputy Commissioner Umasi Dlamini. And in this email, he stated that the deployment of ad hoc guards had grown exponentially. There were an extra 30 sites that were added in January 25, and then a further 6 sites were added in February 25, and we are using our own budget and will run short of funding. And I've attached the email then as RS11, and there were 2 attachments as well to this email. The one listed a deployment of sites for January 2025, and the other one listed the sites for February 2025.
Chair, I would just, so the reference there, it's RS211, 1 and 11.2. I would just need to guide the commissioners to the relevant pages. We will have to jump to file 2 of 4. Then you'll find this email on page 337. So the chair will see that the labeling would say, the old label will say RS 25.1, but we have cross-referenced that to be paragraph RS 211 as reflected in
You
the
said
statement.
page 3 what?
337,
337.
yes.
Are you saying the tab should be renumbered?
We will renumber the tabs.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Wula. Commissioner Spies, can you then speak to the document on 337?
That is the email that I'm referring to from Umashi Dlamini, and it's dated Wednesday, 12 March, 1604. It's sent to me, and the Chief of Police is CC'd, Deputy Commissioner Bollhuis, Brigadier Nkomo as the Acting Deputy Chief, Specialized Services, Deputy Commissioner Nomsa and Slapo, Mr. Veli and Wandule, Jetro Seleka, and Priscilla Radiokana, Chukuru Malachi, Reginald Maslangu, and Colonel Elvis Marislaba is CC'd, and then there's attachment with 2 sheets, and that's January and February 25 listed sites, wherein Commissioner Dlamini then stated to me, Deputy Commissioner, please peruse the attached ad hoc security invoice. In particular, note that the ad hoc is increasing exponentially with the increase in allocated sites. The current spending trend will inadvertently result in the depletion of funds before the financial year with the potential of overspending on the associated GL. It's observed that at least 30 additional sites were added in January, totaling 37. By February 25, 6 more sites were added for ad hoc duties. The implications with this additions is that the spending consumes the finances budget for the extension of the contract for additional 4 months. If this trend persists, the fear is that main contractual obligations will be at 0 budget before the end of the extended contractual period. You are advised to manage ad hoc duties and minimize new sites to ensure that funds are available before the commencement of the deployment, that you approve the deployment of additional new sites for control purposes. Further, that you explore the possibility of engaging the requesting sister department and to persuade them to engage the CFO to approve or make funds available for ad hoc duties. That upon approval and availability of the said funds, the necessary journal be made according so that our budget is not overburdened.
Now, Commissioner Spies, before we go to the annexures, at first glance, this email seems to be someone who's concerned about the increasing allocation in terms of the ad hoc services, and is concerned about the financial implications there too. What's your understanding of this email?
Initially, if you just look at it from the first 2 paragraphs, that's exactly what it looks like, as someone is concerned about it and he wants to make sure that we don't run out of money. However, with hindsight and sending it to me, there's a flurry of emails that originate from this, within minutes from one another, where I sent back to him an email requesting how was it historically handled, who managed it, because it must remember I actually started the 2nd of March. I don't know why this process has been initiated. So I asked him what happens with this. As I asked him this, the Chief of Police came in between with the email to say, stop this, no additional budget will be made available. And then the discussion came back, and if you look then at the last one, this email is clearly someone who is setting me up to say that I must request for additional funding, because the last one is that I explore the possibility of engaging the requesting sister departments. So this email is actually putting a challenge and a problem that has been created, and now it says, but let's go to other departments to ask for funds. So this email looks to me like it's actually trying to get more funding and budget, and that's what I must actually start doing, is to get funding and budget for it.
Thank you. Can we then go to the annexures that Mr. Umashi Dlamini attaches to this email? And can you speak to that? That appears on the very next page, which is page 338.
This is only the one annexure, January security ad hoc on 338. There's also a February ad hoc one, but I can speak to the January one.
I will refer you to the February spreadsheet as well, which was inserted later on. I'll take you there. Let's speak to the one in January, as it is there.
So this list that Commissioner Dlamini then submitted to me, it listed the companies on the left-hand side, the sites where they have been deployed to, and then the amount, excluding and including VAT, that have to be paid to these service providers. The first two companies is Triotic Protection Services, who's been deployed to Klipgat water waste treatment works, and that listed for a few months, like October 24, November 24, December 24, and January 25. Then the next one for January is Mogalaghadi Security, which is listing the Refillway Reservoir, also for November, December, and January. And that, the total for those two companies is 2.8 million, and that looks very normal for an ad hoc. It's like 2 guards or 3 guards deployed to these sites. However, the third company in the ad hoc services is Goobies 85 Solution Security, which then lists a total of 37 deployments, which is the Rietvlei Nature Reserve, Rooiwal for long before, Rooiwal July 24, August 24, September 24, October 24, November, December 24, Rooiwal January 25, Zitubeni Reservoir and Pump Station, Waverley Reservoir, Valhalla Pump Station, Sunderland Pump Station, Soshanguve L Pump Station, Soshanguve DD Pump Station, Refillway and Rayton Pump Stations, Malkalneek, Ilardus Park, Carina, Brickfield, Brackfontein, Moroletta, Montana, Magalies, Roslyn Reservoir, Loulardia Pump Station, Klipkruisfontein, Klapperkop, Eastcore, Low and High Reservoir, Hercules West Reservoir, Hercules East, Grootfontein Pump Station, Glenway 2, Glenway 1, Garsfontein, Florana, and Findlay. This also relates back to the previous list of payments that was actually made that I already testified to. And then February, even more sites were then added.
Your mic is off now.
Sorry, Commissioner, I hit it with a book.
Perhaps please repeat the last thing you said. Maybe it was the last sentence, I'm not sure.
This includes then a total of 37 sites for Goobies 85 Solutions. But the second attachment lists February, which added more sites, and which I could also then, I just don't know where it is in this one bundle.
I will help you find it. It's on file 4 or 4. So it's that smaller file. And you will need to go towards the end of that document at page 992.
Commissioner, on page 992 is then the February security ad hoc services, which again...
Commissioner, just wait for the commissioners to find their way.
We found it.
Thank you, Chair. You may proceed, Commissioner Spies.
Again, it listed the first two companies as Triotic Protection Services, which is still deployed to Klipgat wastewater, and then Mogalaghadi, which is still deployed to Refillway Reservoir for ad hoc. And then it lists Goobies 85 again for February, which is very similar in nature, except that there's now extra 6 sites, which brought the total then to 43, ending with Findlay Reservoir, and it's a total then listing of 14 million rand for Goobies.
Can you then, Commissioner Spies, when you look at these two annexures, remember they are attached to an email by Mr. Umashi Dlamini. What do you make of them? What picture does it paint? Because both of them refers to 3 security companies and how work has been allocated to them in terms of the ad hoc committees, ad hoc services between the month of January and February. And remember, keep in mind that we have 22 companies on this tender. Now we are listed, or Mr. Umashi Dlamini makes reference to only 3 companies. But even on the picture painted by these 2 annexures, what is your fair view of
From that, it looks like the 2 companies initially has got a normal ad hoc that has been requested at specific 2 sites, but then it's as if there's favoritism towards Goobies 85 and that someone has deployed and assigned first 37 and then 43 only to Goobies, while there is 22 companies that it could be shared between. But it looks like it's been only assigned to Goobies, the majority of all the work, and it looks also that it is the water and sanitation department which causes this major increase in the ad hoc services.
what, according to you, could be a plausible explanation as to why so much work is directed towards one company, which is quite evident here? If any.
From my perspective, there is no plausible that so much work can be directed to one company. The initial award and the way the tender is run is that it's a fair treatment and it's fairly allocated between everyone. There should be no preferences of which company. It depends on which region. Some companies is specifically restricted, not by us per region, but because of their own deployment, because a smaller company and a larger company, it depends where they are based. And it would be extremely unfair for us to take, for instance, a company which is based in Sector 1 or Region 1, which is Soshanguve, Winternest area, and we deploy them, for instance, to Bronkhorstspruit, which is in Region 7. So the allocation of sites, wherever it's needed, is based on where the companies are based and where they are originating from. To assign, therefore, all the water, sanitation, pump station, reservoirs, it sounds highly illogical that it can only go to one company, because some of those pump stations, from obvious reading from that, you can see it is either in Garsfontein, which is Region 5, and Region 4 in the southern, and Region 2 and 1. So those stations are spread over, and it should have been allocated to other companies as well, depending who's closest to them.
Chair Ahmad.
Sorry. Can we, though, fairly say this long list indicates favoritism of Goobies 85 if we don't know the underlying facts, such as, do the other companies have the kind of personnel, the numbers, that would be able to meet these requests for ad hoc security, and the underlying facts that we would have to know first before we come to the conclusion that this indicates favoritism?
Commissioner, there is in every region, and the sites, I have got analysis of all the sites and all the companies that have been deployed. And there is, when you are in Region 7, which is the Bronkhorstspruit area, the companies there is not really deployed into Pretoria West, which is Region 3. So we do tend to deploy companies to where they are based and where their main basis of operation is. But when you look at what has happened here with Goobies, is that they've been deployed across the city. So even if you take just 1 or 2 sites, which is in Valhalla, versus in Garsfontein, which is on the opposite side of the city, it's one site. If you add a guard or 2 from a company which is already in the western side of the city, and you add 1 or 2 guards to them at a reservoir, versus in Garsfontein you add 1 or 2 guards. This deployment of guards is definitely favoritism towards one company, because it was assigned, everything from water was assigned to Goobies only.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. I think you started speaking about a chain of emails, which we make reference to at paragraph 44. But before we get there, can we go through paragraph 42, 43, and then when we get to 44, we'll go back to those line of emails to give better context to what you are saying.
This email was sent after hours at 4:04. So when I received the email, I immediately replied to Commissioner Dlamini to say to him, but asking him in a paragraph, who has deployed this? What is the context? How has it historically been dealt with? The process, because he stated there that I must start controlling it and that. So I asked him, how was it historically dealt with, that he can answer me. I've sent that to him. At the very same time when I sent that to him, I sent to Director Malachi the email to say, the same email I forwarded to him, and he has already been CC'd in this email, but I sent it to Director Malachi as well to say, can you immediately draw up a report for me explaining how this process worked and how the deployment was done. And I gave him a deadline of, this is Wednesday, I gave him a deadline of Friday, that he have time during Thursday to complete this report and give feedback to me. And then at approximately 4:20, the Chief of Police, Commissioner Faru, also came in and saw this email, and she started to reply. And then there's a flurry of emails from her where she first stated, and I verbatim, but the emails is attached, where she stated 30 additional sites. I'm not approaching anyone to increase the budget. This is irregular. Ad hoc services must be stopped. And then immediately thereafter, she sent a second email to me to say that I must provide a report to her, I must investigate it, and I must also introduce a new process to manage and control this ad hoc services, because it's definitely irregular and she's not going to do a budget increase application for this. Every time that she sent an email, I obviously, because it's now critical and we're managing this, so I'm sending that emails then directly to Malachi as well and say, further to my first email, the chief instructed this report, please add this to your report. And then the final one where she says, stop all ad hoc services with immediate effect. I then send it to Malachi to say, as of tomorrow morning, because this is already after hours, as of tomorrow morning, stop the ad hoc, because guards that's already deployed at 6 o'clock the evening, they work a 12-hour shift system. You cannot, after hours in the middle of the night, say to someone, stop, the guard's already on site. So my instruction to Malachi was that the very next morning, stop the ad hoc services with immediate effect until a new process is actually implemented.
What does it mean, stop? Does it mean the site is left unguarded? Or your watchman section of appointments will look after that?
That's correct, Commissioner. The site will be left unguarded when we say stop the services, because immediately from all of that emails, it looks like it's an irregular deployment. It was done with no authorization, so we are actually doing, at that moment in my head, we're doing illegal work. And that must be immediately stopped. And he must write a report to me back as to why was this deployment necessary, where's the risk assessments that was conducted upon this, and what is the need that forced that we need to add this extra guards to us.
Thank you.
Sorry, my mic was off. Who deploys and who allocates work to a particular security company? Is it the TMPD or the client department?
It's TMPD.
It's TMPD.
In terms of the tender, the contract management of the tender is placed within TMPD, and the award letters and the SLA assigns this function to Director Malachi. He's the one who, in terms of the award letter and in terms of the SLA, is the Director Security. He must perform the function.
But does it mean that the client department makes a request to TMPD to say, we want you to allocate security guards at this reservoir or at this site?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spies, just to piggyback from Commissioner Baloi's question, and maybe use the words that have been commonly featured in this commission, is it practically possible, or in all instances, to immediately stop the ad hoc work that's already issued in all circumstances?
No, the immediate stop, as I stated earlier, if I say stop it now, and it's coming back to the word immediate, I said stop it immediately from tomorrow morning. So I cannot issue the instruction 4 o'clock in the afternoon to say stop now and then expect that by 5 o'clock or something it will be stopped. The night shift is already on its way, it's already starting to work, and they will only conclude the next morning. So I actually, in my email, I explained to him, stop this service by tomorrow morning, that the service will not continue then.
What does it mean, that kind of instruction, where I assume that a purchase order, if things are done properly, from how I've understood you, a purchase order would have preceded a deployment decision. You now have a service provider who's sitting with a purchase order. What does it mean when you say stop immediately?
Commissioner, ad hoc services with a purchase order is to procure the services of ad hoc services. That can be, in terms of the SLA, it can be stopped anytime. It can be very quickly initiated and it can be very quickly stopped. So when the purchase order was created, it was for the ad hoc services. And when we give the instruction now, the ad hoc services stop. Parallel to this process, we already started with a process where we were redoing the minimum security risk assessments of all council sites, because the risk assessment was conducted in 2019 of the 1,087 sites. So when this actually started to take place, I already initiated the process where we started to do a reassessment of all sites. And part of those sites that has now been deployed, we started with those sites as well to say, why is security needed at all 1,087 sites? That risk assessment has been concluded. We actually have now way more sites, 1,251. But the fact that the ad hoc was started, it was started on a need, and there was I want to say openly today when I look back at it, there was a false need created. Because I also did look at what security, I've got another division or section within my division that looks at investigating loss control section that investigate breaches, that investigated any losses. And that section, when they do the statistics, they look back at trends analysis and what happened at specific sites or specific departments. And when I looked back at that, there was no increase in breaches or attacks on reservoirs or water pump stations. There was isolated incidents, at the most approximately 6 for that financial year. So there's on the one side, there's this ad hoc creation. On the other side, there's analysis of breaches that was conducted, which leads that there's no or very little breaches. There's no need for this. There's no risk assessment conducted before the time. And when this stop immediate with the ad hoc is that we immediately was already busy with risk assessments, that we place these sites in a first priority basis to do the risk assessments to determine it. And even to date when we complete it, it's still not needed to have all of those sites actually protected in this serious manner of having guards. There's minimum security risk requirements, which is much more needed, which could include things like fences and burglar bars and alarm systems, which we are looking at, rather than deploying people to those sites at a massive cost to the city.
Thank you. Chair, one aspect I forgot to put on record. When we're dealing with those allocations of sites to Goobies for January and February, we have to run that list with the purchase orders that we saw earlier on, and obviously juxtaposed to the conversations that were happening at that relevant time. But I will not put that to this witness to connect the dots, but we need to put it there to say that we noted that from the record. Commissioner Spies, can we then go to the emails that you refer to give better context to what you were saying? In terms of the timelines, let's start at, so it's file 2 of 4 at page 342. So it's a bigger file, bigger of the file.
Page?
Yes, at 342. So you will guide us with the timelines there. I see at the bottom, it starts at, so it's Wednesday, 12th of March, 2025, at 4:04:28 seconds PM. That will be, can you start with that chain of exchange of emails?
Correct. This is the original email that I just testified about, is that it originates from Umashi Dlamini. And then at 16:07, which is 3 minutes later, I replied to all again to say to Commissioner Dlamini, who approve and mandate ad hoc security services? Who decide to give the instruction for this? And how is this process managed within the department historically? I must state that to date, I haven't received the answer on this email, even though I've asked the question. But then if you go from that email to the previous page, because it's obviously in chronological order, is that at 16:14, the Chief of Police then replied to us as Deputy Chiefs to say, dear DCs, 30 additional sites only for January 25, with exclamation marks. Who approved this, DC Bollhuis? And I must just pause here, how she's addressing this to DC Bollhuis, is that when the Asset Protection Unit was relocated from the City Manager's office to the Metro Police Department in 1 July 2024, the position that I'm now occupying was vacant, and I was only appointed in 1 March 2025. So for the period 1 July 24 to 28 February 25, Deputy Commissioner Bollhuis was assigned as caretaker for this division, and that's why she would address this to him. Then she goes on to say, I'm not signing off any documentation or requesting additional funds. We are currently in MACO. This is the mayoral committee. This will not be entertained, and DCSPs, please launch an investigation in this regard. And then in this email conversation, she obviously then added again an email to me to say, added to the below email, this behavior must stop as it will cause audit queries, which will not only affect the department, but the city as a whole. I'm not going to request additional budget for unauthorized ad hoc sites. I will request an investigation and consequence management. 2 reports must be drafted, the authorized ad hoc sites deployment and unauthorized ad hoc sites deployment. If we go then to page 340, she then issued at 4:22 an instruction to me, Deputy Commissioner Spies, please stop any ad hoc deployment until the correct procedure determined by you have been implemented, bearing in mind that there's no additional funding already. And then obviously I forward this whole conversation as and when it happened, I forward every portion to Director Malachi to say, and further to the ad hoc deployment of guards, stop the deployment of all ad hoc guards as with effect tomorrow morning.
And do we have a response to that email?
No, Director Malachi Commissioner Dlamini has never responded to me my question to date, and Director Malachi has also not responded to me at all. Even though I've asked that reports and everything, and that's part of why there's consequence management happening, which I cannot divulge more, but part of that is that, and I've stated that already, is I introduced a new procedure between the 12th of March and the 1st of April, in that we as a department created and designed a new application form, a new process flow, and we have submitted that process flow to it was then the acting COO, the Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Malaka, and between us we refined the process, and then up to eventually when on 1 April it was instituted as a new process for all ad hoc guards going forward, as I've already explained.
Commissioner Spies, before you go there, can you inform the Commission if your email to Mr. Malachi to stop the deployment, did it achieve the desired or intended purpose, as far as you can recall?
Initially it didn't, and the understanding was that the deployment of ad hoc guards would be stopped. And we have in our department, every second week, we have a Monday budget meeting where we discuss the budget, and the staff from the CAPEX and the OPEX side will then present the current status of the budget to us. So when we got to the end of March and the first week of April to that budget meeting, it was indicated, but by then everyone already know that ad hoc guards were deployed in January and there's invoices that must be processed. And obviously January's invoices will only be submitted in February, it will only be paid in March. So when we hit the April meeting, the person from finance highlighted to us that we are exceeding this ad hoc guards that has been added. We must urgently resolve this. We then all indicated, but that's the January payments that's currently being affected. And we only stopped it on the 12th of March. So there will still be payments coming through for February and also then for the first portion of March. So this was then in the first week of May, it was again mentioned, and we are always making assumption that this is February's payments that is now being affected. And then in June, the same amount of payments came through, which March should have been a half payment and not a full payment again. I then went and I said to Director Malachi in person, I said to him, I have instructed you to stop the security guards. Why is there still invoices coming through for the same full amount of that? And then he indicated to me, but he's not going to do the stop of it if it's not in writing from me. And I said, but I've sent you an email. And my email instruction and my verbal instruction that I followed up with you, that is, you should have stopped it. I then took the effort on myself I actually write a letter on a letterhead where I sent it to Goobies 85 specifically to say, as of now, you stop this. This was dated on the 24th of June. I sent a letter to them to say, stop the service with immediate effect on 30 June, not immediate. I must stop using the word immediate. I said, stop the service with effect 30 June, because their contract at that stage in the parallel process, their contract has been extended from February 28 BAC resolution with 4 months to 30 June. So their contract will in any case stop 30 June. So I said to them, as with effect from 1st of July, the services must be stopped. That is on the 24th of June that I've sent that letter myself to them to say, stop your services.
Commissioner Spies, I think that speaks to paragraph 46 of your statement. Might I then refer you to what you make reference to is Annexure RS 213, which appears on the file that you should have in front of you, file 2 of 4, page 345. Can you speak to the document there, please? What is that document?
That's correct, Commissioner. That's the letter that I then sent to Goobies 85 Solutions on the 24th of June, where I say stoppage of ad hoc services which have not been approved in terms of any written process. The above matter bears reference. Kindly take note that all the sites mentioned on the attached Annexure A were identified by the Tshwane Metro Police as the sites belonging to the Department of Water, on which ad hoc security services are being rendered without any approval based on written process. Therefore, the Tshwane Metro Police Department has taken a decision to stop these services with effect from the 1st of July 25. To this effect, you are hereby requested not to continue deploying security on all the sites listed on the Annexure A, and your cooperation this will be regarded. This letter is actually, it's the one that is, so I sent a letter to them, but the very next day they sent this letter back to me as received. And they then made a lot of attachments that they added to that letter as well.
Before you go there, Commissioner Spies, just so that we align, you testified earlier on that you issued instructions on the 12th of March.
Correct.
To Director Malachi to say that no more deployment. Obviously, one would accept then that by the fact that in June you are sending another letter, or at least you are sending a letter to Goobies, there is a suggestion that what you had said or instructed to happen had not happened. That's one. But also secondly, it seems to, when you look at paragraph 3 of that letter, it would seem that you have a new effective date, which is now July, so how do you align all of those three elements that I've just reflected?
As I stated, is that we already knew in the department that January and February and half of March was already being processed, and it was instructed in its past tense. We cannot change what happened in the past. And that's why at the April, the May, and the beginning of June, we were still thinking it's the payments of those months that has already been done that is now being processed, because payments are always late. The June payments, close to this 24th of June, in that middle of June, the payments came in again. And the person from finance then said to me, but here's the same amount of that, and then it triggered, but March should have been a half month. It shouldn't be a full month. And that's when I queried with Malachi to say, but I've told you on the 12th of March already to stop this. Why is a full payment still coming through? And that's when the conversation started with that he is alleging that he doesn't listen to my instructions via email. I must do it in writing for that, which I then did in writing. And part of that is the reason I gave 1 July is because their tender will, in terms of the contract, their tender will end in any case on 30 June, so that they can finish this 2 or 3 days that they are busy, because it's now clear that they were still running services in June. And that's why the dates is dated like that.
Thank you. Then let's deal with the response from Gubis to your letter, and that you canvass at paragraph 47 of your statement.
So, on the 26th of June, I then received the email from this company with the email address of info@gubis85.co.za, and the electronic mail was signed off by Calvin Madlanga. But there's then, together with this letter, which I've just indicated here, they've also attached a lot of attachments. The one is they sent my own letter back to me. They've sent me the original award letter that they were issued to them in 2022. They've sent a report through to me of their services rendered, and then they attached a file called deployment. And they stated that they had written instruction to deploy, which none of us in the department knew they had. I then looked at this on the 26th. I looked at this deployment list only, and I went through this list, and I think it's 43 pages of deployments that was done. It's all these sites, the total at the end of the day, the 43 sites. There's an individual page for every deployment. I scanned through that, and I noticed that the deployments were done by Inspector Piri, who did the deployments. So I scanned in the beginning a few, and then right at the end again, and I saw it's Inspector Piri that deployed these sites. And
Commissioner Spies, apologies for interrupting you. Can we, so that we can follow, and the Commission can also have a proper understanding, can you go to page 382 on the same file, 2 of 4? Can you confirm that this document is part of, are you there?
yes,
Can you confirm that this document is part of the annexures that you received from Gubis 85 Solutions when they responded to your, what we call a stoppage letter?
correct. This from 382 to 424 is the list of letters that was in the electronic PDF file stated deployment of officers, of guards. And this is the which I quickly scanned through, and I saw that it was signed off at the bottom. You can see that for any inquiries on this matter, please contact Lebogang Piri. And then there's a signature, and it's a Mr. A.L. Piri. And then next to it is PIN number and Inspector Piri. So I scanned through this right up to the end. And initially I noted that everything is according to me, signed by Mr. Piri. So my initial thought was everything was Mr. Piri. And I must state that this page 8, I say page 18, but 18 in the report. Two of the files is not Mr. Piri, but it's a page, in my PDF it's 18 and 19. I'm just trying to find them. Sorry.
That's fine. We'll get to those two. What I need you to explain
Do you
is
want-
that
Sorry to interrupt you. The one on page 400, Commissioners, please. Is it one of the two that you were referring to? 399 and 400. They seem to be the two that were not signed by Piri.
That's correct, Commissioner. So in the document that came from Goobies 85, it's one document with 43 pages, and page 18 and 19 is then page 399 and page 400, which has been signed off by Dr. K.E. Marislaba. The rest is Inspector Piri that have signed it off. And as I stated, is that they sent this back to me to say that, but we had written permission to proceed with it. And when they sent this to me and I looked at it, I replied back to them to say, but in any case, your contract ends the 30th. So stop the services, even if you had this and that. I didn't say anything further to them about this. What I then did is, this is the first time that us and even the department, I even spoke to Deputy Commissioner Boles about it, none of us knew that these letters were issued. And I looked at these letters, and Inspector Piri, in terms of command and control, in our ranking structure, if you go from the bottom up, you have a constable, sergeant, inspector, then a superintendent, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier, which is the director level, and the deputy chief level. Inspector Piri, in my mind, and at that moment in time, is way too low to authorize any expenditure or even to deploy. According to my understanding of the SLA and the award letters, it should have been Director Malachi that did this. So I then immediately, when I got this letter, I forwarded this whole package, this whole email, to GAR, which is our Group Audit and Risk Department, Mr. Mafamane Baloy. And I said to him, can you please investigate this urgently? It looks like it is either fraudulently issued or it's incorrectly issued, and that. Mr. Baloy then responded to me about a week later, and he stated to me that there's enough evidence against Inspector Piri that we can start and proceed with consequence management against him. And the moment I received that mail...
Commissioner Spisa,
Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think we just one step ahead. I suppose the question is, Inspector Piri, could he issue those instructions under the authority of Mr. Malachi? Is it possible?
Inspector Piri has been assigned, he's a Metro Police officer that's been assigned to the APSS, the Asset Protection Security Services, as a regional supervisor. And in that turn, he reports as a regional supervisor, he reports to then Senior Superintendent Marislaba, who's now a Colonel Marislaba. But he reported to Colonel Marislaba, Colonel Maslangu, Reginald Maslangu, and to Director Malachi. So that is the direct line of command between them. And as I stated already, Inspector Piri should not have at all the authority to deploy this. If he deployed it, it's either under the direct instruction of Director Malachi, who was in any case wrong, because it should have been Director Malachi who issued the instruction.
Before we go to the steps that you took, Commissioner Spies, can you just explain to the Commission? Remember, we have a situation here where at least the Commission knows at the back that there are conversations between Sergeant Nkosi, Mr. Gareth Munisi, and Umashi Dlamini. That we know between January and February. And now we have purchase orders that were also reflective of February transactions that were loaded up. And then thirdly, we have a list that was attached to an email to you by Mr. Umashi Dlamini listing the allocation of ad hoc work and specifically dealing with January and February. And now to add to that, there is this document, okay, provided to you that seems to suggest to us, at least when I look at it, it's allocation of work at least from page 382, starting with January 2025, albeit we might have issues as to who issued those instructions, whether PIRI would have had the necessary authority to do so. But when you put all of those four factors together, can you tell us if do you want to comment on that? Perhaps that's the best way to give you an opportunity to comment.
If I base it on the dates that I received, obviously this is speaking in hindsight because I only received this on the 26th of June. But the purchase orders that I now know was all created in March 6, but the deployment letters was already created in 14 January. It's completely wrong way round. Normally there would have been, the correct procedure would have been, there would have been a risk assessment. There would then have been a deployment with a purchase order to say we need to deploy extra people. A purchase order would be generated, and then the deployment letter will follow. It wouldn't be the other way around. It's as if this was created on 14 January already, and then in March, here by the 6th of 4th, 5th, 6th March, suddenly a large amount of purchase orders was created to align with these letters that was then issued on 14 January already. And we discovered it then on 26 June when it was sent back to us to say, but we have written permission to do this. It's not that we have not written permission. But it must also be stated that Inspector Piri, and I've stated many times, he's at the inspector level with zero authority to deploy. His function as a regional supervisor, monitoring the guards and monitoring that the function is actually done. He doesn't have deployment authority at all.
Just to be sure about what you're saying in your explanation, the letter, the one letter is dated the 14th of January 2025. That's the one at page 382. And I'm just using it as an example, the date. It's the 14th of January 2025. You say the purchase order fits in where in terms of date? Does it come after this kind of letter or does it come before this kind of letter?
The purchase order was created after this letter on 6th of March.
No, we know that. We know as a fact that it was created on the 6th of March. What I'm asking is the sequence of dates. Is that how it works? That a purchase order comes after this kind of deployment letter, or is it the other way around?
It is the other way around.
Okay.
You must first do the risk assessment. Now in the process as well, you must first do the risk assessment. After the risk assessment, if it is then necessary to deploy, there will then be a purchase order created for that deployment, and then the deployment will take place.
Okay, thank you.
Then,
Sorry, these deployment letters, if you just look at the one on page 420, they don't say for how long the deployment is. So you are just deployed to a site with effect from they give a date and time. But then they don't say, for example, that it's going to be a month or it's going to be for 2 months. So it's an open-ended deployment until it is withdrawn.
Correct, Commissioner. Which is not correct.
For ad hoc services, that is improper because you're effectively giving an evergreen mandate if you don't put an end date to it.
That is correct, Commissioner. That is why initially when I stated as well as ad hoc services is an emergency deployment for a specific reason, for a specific period. Ad hoc services is not a open-ended and off we go. So this process is definitely wrong.
I'm indebted, Commissioner Khumalo. Commissioner Spies, you were then engaging the Commission on the steps that you then took, having discovered or received the email from Goobies with the annexures, and you deal with that at paragraph 51 or 50 to 50, let's take it to 52 of your statement.
That is correct, Commissioners. I obviously, as I already stated, I sent this email plus all the attachments. I've sent it to Mr. Mafamani Baloyi for investigation. As I already stated, Director Malachi was appointed as the project manager, and he had to deal with all aspects of this tender, and an inspector does not have the authority to deploy or incur any cost on behalf of the city. Mr. Baloyi has replied to me later that stated he believes there's enough evidence that consequence management can be initiated, and I then forwarded his email plus all the evidence to Brigadier Minnar. He's the head of our internal affairs within the Metro Police, with a request for it to be investigated and then consequence management to be instituted. Brigadier Minnar appointed a Freddie Chauke from the internal affairs section to do the investigation. And then at a much later stage, about a month later, Mr. Chauke approached me informally and said to me that he cannot conclude this investigation. He has done a lot of legwork, but he couldn't conclude it as it's extremely technical. He also cannot obtain internal evidence and more evidentiary proof. It's one of the challenges we have as a Metro Police Department, is that when it becomes obvious that it's criminal, it becomes a criminal matter, and we don't have criminal investigative powers, and no one in the city will allow us to actually go and scratch for information and get it, because some of these, you need to get the real information. And he then said to me, what should he do with this investigation, because he came to a dead end. I suggested to him that he write a closeout report on the investigation to his Brigadier Minnar and his Deputy Chief, because it's in internal affairs, it falls under Commissioner Umasi Dlamini. That's where the section resides. So I suggested to him that he write a closeout report, where whatever he's saying to me now is that he stated in his closeout report, and he requests and recommend that the report be referred back to Group Audit Risk, that they appoint a forensic company so that it could be forensically properly investigated. At the same time when this happened, he then went out, and I then reported the matter to the Hawks, Colonel Livian Maseko, which is the head of Pretoria Hawks. I reported it to him to say, we've got a criminal matter here, which to me looks more and more criminal, and it's not now just an administrative problem anymore. And our internal affairs, we cannot investigate it further. It's now going to be referred to a forensic audit. Can you please, from the Hawks' perspective, also investigate this matter? And then when we get to paragraph 52, this only came to my knowledge last week on the 10th of March, is that I was under the impression that the report was closed out, it was sent to GAR for investigation, and that a forensic company has been appointed. Because during this period, in the last 2-3 months, forensic auditors and forensic companies did approach me to get information and take statements from me regarding this process. So my impression was that this report is actually the one that they're busy investigating. But then on the 10th of March, Brigadier Minnar forwarded an email to me when he said to me, sorry DC, I didn't originally CC you, because on the 30th of July, Brigadier Minnar sent the report that the investigator Freddie Chauke has done together with his recommendations. Brigadier Minnar sent it to Deputy Commissioner Dlamini to say to him, DC, here's our report, with a recommendation that it be forwarded through the Chief's office to GAR. It got stuck there, it never went further than that. And on the 10th of March, when I started to query and to say, actually I started the week before, because the forensic investigators were with me, and I mentioned then this report, and they're like, no, but we investigate the same matter from another avenue, it's not from that report. And when I went back to Brigadier Minnar, he sent his email to me to say, no, here's a report, I have sent it to my Deputy Chief, I omitted to include you in the original one. And then I said to him, can you please make sure that immediately get to GAR because it's critical for the current investigation. And I was then informed by the Chief of Police the very next morning when we discussed it. She said, no, she's already signed off on the report. It is with Group Audit now at the moment.
Commissioner, should that date not be 2026, the 10 March?
Sorry, Commissioner. I did correct it last night, but it is 2026. It was last week, Monday.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Perhaps while we are there, can we then go to this investigative report? That will appear on file 4, the small file. And that will be page 993. Did you find it, Commissioner Spies?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, what is that document?
This is the report that was then sent to me on the original email on 10th of March 2026, but it's the report that Brigadier Minnar has then submitted, and it's dated 29 July 25, but it was attached to the email of 30 July 2025 to Commissioner Dlamini.
Could you please, for the record, read the subject matter of that report in the introduction?
The subject matter was the Metro Police Inspector issuing written instruction to deploy ad hoc guards beyond his mandate. And the letter then in the introduction portion, it specifically stated that on 27 June, this directorate received allegations to investigate against Inspector Piri for issuing written instructions to Gubi's 85 Security Solution to deploy ad hoc guards, which is way beyond his mandate.
And then, unless the chairperson wants you to read the entire report, I would direct you to...
Please not.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would then direct you to page 996, where we deal with the challenges. And then after that, the conclusion of that report.
Under point 4 challenges, the investigation is unable to test the allegation against 22 companies to establish whether Inspector Piri issued the instruction to all the service providers to deploy ad hoc guards. And as noted, we only have this file from Gubi's coming back to us to say, no, but we have, here is the 43 list. He also stated then unable to interview Director Malachi. The reason was Director Malachi has then already been suspended from our service, and he's unable to conduct background check on members of Gubi's 85 Solution and the City of Tshwane officials. We don't have access to make a link there for it, and we're unable to interview or obtain statements from Inspector Piri. He refused, and he couldn't get hold of him at all to actually do this. And he could also not confirm with SAPS if there were any cases against the city by Gubi's 85 Solution for work done or any litigations. And he was also unable to source the standard operating procedure for compliance purposes, and he was unable to source full financial records for the content of this memo. And then he made the conclusion, which is aligned to what I say, but the allegations submitted have substance and indicate a possible crime of fraud and corruption. However, a thorough forensic investigation would be more suitable to indicate cost to the municipality and all the employees involved of misconduct, because at that stage, even though it shows towards Piri, it could be the whole group that is involved in this, which we didn't know, and obviously we didn't know the WhatsApps and the underground stream that was going on. The annexures, he attached everything that I've testified to so far, the emails, the service level agreements between it, and then he recommended that the Chief of Police and DCSP take cognizance of the content of this memo, that the allegations be referred to Group Audit and Risk for further investigation, and that he says then that if point 2 is not possible, an external audit be requested for the content of this memo, and that the cost implication for the content cannot be determined but will be an exuberant amount. Today, with hindsight, we know it's
I don't
massive.
understand why Piri cannot be instructed to give a statement. I really don't understand. Who is Piri's supervisor? Who does he report to?
Commissioner, he's not in my section. He's luckily been promoted out of my section to regional policing. But since Friday, we've been trying to get hold of him. He's been given instructions. His direct supervisor has been given instruction that he must report Monday morning past 10 o'clock at the office. He has failed to do so. So disciplinary steps and consequence management is being introduced again for that as well. So we are trying to get hold of him, but we are starting with consequence management, not us, but the department and his regional divisional head.
Yeah, but it must not look like Tshwane is only doing that because it is now appearing before the commission. I mean, if these things are from 2025, I don't understand why the challenges that are listed here. Unable to interview Malachi if he's suspended, I understand that. But unable to interview and obtain a statement from Inspector Piri, that I don't understand. Why could that not be done before this report was finalized?
Commissioner, I cannot answer to that. I know that this report was concluded on the email. It was already sent on the 29th of July. It was done by Internal Affairs. And on the 30th of July, it was sent to the Deputy Chief Dlamini for his office. In that short period between when I gave the instruction for the investigation to the end of that month, that investigation, the investigator, Chowki, is the only one that can really answer why he couldn't get hold of him. I do not know the reason why he couldn't get hold of him. And I also didn't know this report at all until last week, the 10th, to say, but where is that report? Is it with GAR, and what is GAR's outcome from this? And that's when Brigadier Minnar sent it to me to say, no, it was sent to his Deputy Chief Dlamini, and he thought it was already sent through to GAR close to a year later.
Yeah, because now there must be a complex forensic investigation that costs the city a lot of money. I mean, I don't understand that.
There is already a forensic investigation happening.
Yeah, but
Commissioner Spies, then it's your testimony that there's a report. Perhaps can we just, it will be fair to say that this report, at least it was delayed on the desk or doorstep of Mr. Umashi Dlamini, as far as you are informed.
Correct. It was sent, in terms as per the email thread, it was sent on the 30th of July by Brigadier Minnar to Commissioner Dlamini, and then nothing further happened with it until last week when it was started to be inquired again because of the forensic investigation that's ongoing.
Chair, perhaps safe to point out that when the witness was dealing with under challenges 4, where they say that the city was unable to conduct a background check on members of Goodies Solutions and City Tshwane officials to establish any relationships. We have done that, and we'll deal with that in the fullness of time. And then, Commissioner...
Are we to make anything of the fact that this is not signed, or nothing turns on that? Or maybe there is a signed copy somewhere? Or,
Let's put that to the Commissioner Spies.
Commissioner, it was the email that was sent to me that was originally sent on 30 July. This email was just forwarded to me as that, so I don't have the signed copy. But I have been informed by Commissioner Farah that Brigadier Minnar and she signed off on it, and the signed version is with GAR. So I don't have sight of the signed version, but there's definitely a signed version that has been sent off.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose to complete that, then when Chief of Police comes, Faro, we can put that to her to complete to round off the point. Commissioner Spies, you had mentioned the involvement of the Hawks, and you deal with that at paragraph 53. Can you just take the commission through that?
This 100% matter I have provided to Colonel Livion Maseko from the Hawks to say that it looks like inside the investigation is not going well inside. Can you please investigate it as well? Colonel Maseko then informed me at that same time when I handed him all the evidence to say investigate it, he stated to me that, but from the Hawks themselves, they were already investigating Goobies because there was an anonymous informant and reporter who reported to them what we call the concept of ghost billing. It will be where the company is supposed to deploy 5 or 6 guards per shift, but they only deploy 1 or none. And then they will invoice the 5 or 6 guards and they will be paid accordingly. And the Hawks were then already investigating the specific portion of Goobies 85, and they said they will add this to their investigation. I must, however, note that to date, obviously the police doesn't have to take me into their confidence, but the investigation is still ongoing. I haven't received any feedback on that investigation.
Chair, I would seek your guidance. I see that it's almost 1 o'clock.
Let's continue to the end.
Yes, we have about 10 paragraphs to cover, which is about 4 pages.
But some of those have long lists of names, so yeah, that it will be quick to go through those.
That would be my suggestion, Chair, to say if we can just go through and then we can finish definitely before 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Spies, can we then move to the next tender of the 2 tenders that we wanted to discuss? And that you deal with it starts at paragraph 54, and that will be the tender 01, 2024, 2025. Can you take us through that, please?
At paragraph 54, tender 1 of 2024-25, it relates to the monitoring and prevention of illegal land and building occupation service, as well as the demolition of any illegally erected structures in the city of Tshwane. Informally between us, we call it the land invasion tender, because it's the prevention of land invasion and the removal of this. It's also obviously a tender that originated from 19 August 2024. And then in paragraph 55, I state the BSC committee, which is the bid specification committee, on 19 August. And I also deduce this from the records because I was not yet appointed. It was also prior to my appointment. And I will get to how I'm involved in this specific tender. Is that the BSC members were Mrs. Kaugelo Thomas, Mrs. Patu Mukeli, Mr. Abel Mosala, Mr. Peter Robinson, and a Lesebi Tupedi, and a Mr. Sipu Slope. And then I listed a timetable that I can read from the records, which is on the advertisement date was 26 August. There was a brief...
Perhaps just to pause there in terms of the timetable that he's about to read, the significant relevance to that, the Chair would remember that during the testimony of Sergeant Nkosi, there was much debate about when certain documents were submitted from one of the companies. It was Ngapesheya then. So that this timetable becomes relevant because this is a tender that they at least bidded for, Chair. Commissioner Spies, apologies, you may proceed with the timetable, yeah.
The bid was originally advertised on 26 August. There was a briefing session with all bidders on the 12th of September 24, and the bid closing date was then the 2nd of October 2024. The bid expired on the 3rd of January 2025, and this date was later extended to March 25 and again to 30 June 25. That's for the evaluation of the bid itself. And then the bid evaluation committee members were Mr. Victor Gopa, he's the Director for Performance Management, who was the chairperson of the BEC, Nsekang Sekani from Human Settlements Planner, Joe Mabunda, who's the Director, Brigadier in Tshwane Metro Police Department, Sipu Nkomo, who's a Director, Brigadier in Tshwane Metro Police Department, Obed Sandlane, who's the Human Settlements Planner, and Ephraim Selepe, Deputy Director at Buying Supply Chain Management. This tender was also during the process, was selected for probity, and after the probity recommendations were included, it was presented to the Bid Award Committee on 25 September 2025. And this committee then resolved and approved the tender on the 7th of October. The members of this Bid Award Committee on the 7th of October were Mr. Gareth Manisi as the Chief Financial Officer, he was the chairperson, Mr. Koena Nkoko, he's the Group Head from the Health Department, Mr. Terence Gute is the Director from Demand Management and Supply Chain, Mr. Gerald Chingange, he's the Group Head from Group Human Capital, Dr. Ndivo Lukwareni is the Group Head from Energy and Electricity, Mrs. Nontu Mamela, who is the Group Head from Human and Housing Settlement, Mr. Musa Kumalu, he's the Governance and Support Officer, and Mrs. Minki Motsio, who's the Divisional Head at Contract Management Legal. And then, based on this recommendation and approval from this committee, the following 8 companies were approved, and their actual award letters, as it's signed by the chairperson of the BAC and the city manager on the 9th of October, is attached at RS to 16.1 to 16.8, and this tender commenced on the 1st of November 2025. And then the companies mentioned there is El Shaddai Security Services, Gubi's 85 Solution, Ngepashaya Construction Projects, NIST Investments, Red Ant Security Relocation and Eviction Services, 2 Cops in Security Services, Wimsayer Security and Protection Services, and X&G Security Services. And then this becomes why my involvement in this. I was appointed as the Acting Chief of Police for the period 22 December 25 to 14 January 26, because Commissioner Faru was on her annual leave. And then when she returned, she was ill, and it was extended then to the 16th of January. My acting letter as Chief of Police is attached as RS 217. And then on Thursday, the 15th of January, I signed the service level agreement between the land invasion tender companies and the city. So the service level agreement, after the award letters is issued, the award letters together with the BAC report goes to the legal department, who then create and draft the SLA. They verify that it's correct. They forward it then to the department to sign off as owner department, the SLA, and that's the Chief of Police function. So because I'm the Acting Chief of Police, I sign the SLAs together with witnesses on behalf of the city, and then the day thereafter, the companies themselves will then sign the SLA on behalf of the companies.
Is it 1 or 8? How does it work? Is it 1 SLA or 8 SLAs?
It's 8, 100% the same SLAs except the name of the company and the signatories at the bottom, the address details. But the SLA, from where it starts with the wording of the SLA to where it ends with the wording, is 100% the same SLA for all companies.
And Chair, for the record, we need not go there, but for the record, those would appear on page 348 to 381 of file 2 of 4.
Thank you, Mr. Musugi.
Thank you. You can continue, Commissioner Spies.
And then paragraph 60 is my involvement in this tender was the signing of the SLAs as the Acting Chief of Police. This tender is ongoing. As I stated, it commenced 1 November, and the total amount paid to these companies as of the end of January, because payments is always reflecting 30 days later, is a total of 10,733,802 rand and 72 cents for the services provided from the 1st of November 25 to the end of January 2026. And then I state further is that I obviously am aware of evidence before the Commission that suggested Mr. Manisi, and I state here General Dlamini, but to me is Deputy Commissioner Dlamini, and Sergeant Nkosi conspired to secure the appointment of Ngipashaya Construction and Projects as one of the successful bidders on this tender, despite the fact that the Ngipashaya bid was non-compliant. The city has thus far paid Ngipashaya a total amount of R2,028,154.32, ostensibly for services provided to the city in terms of this tender, TMPD 1/24/25. And then I also attach a spreadsheet of these payments as RS219. And then these statements and the confirmatory statement that I've seen from Mr. Veli and Wandule, who's from our finance section, he assisted me in understanding the accounting aspects of how these payments are being affected, because it's not, this tender is not under my control, it's with our division, regional and specialized policing services that manage the land invasion and anti-land invasion and eviction and removal of shacks and things like that.
Okay, can I just ask, in paragraph 62, where you say the city has thus far paid Ngapeshare, is that as at end of January or as at the date of your statement?
Is at the end of January.
Perhaps just to round off that point, I refer you to page 991, file 4.
Sorry, the page number?
991. So that is the file 4, the very small one.
Correct. That's the purchase orders and the payments that was affected then from November to now that has been paid to the company itself. And that was even though the purchase order is dated 27 February, but it is for the work that was linked to this company and it was actually paid. The payments is made later than normal because we take about 30 days to pay companies.
And Chair, just to be for the record, where at paragraph 63, Commissioner Spies says that he has been aware of the evidence before the Commission. He has been provided with the necessary transcript, which can you confirm that you have familiarized yourself with the transcript dealing with the allegations at paragraph 63?
Correct, Commission, but it's a small extract of Sergeant Nkosi where he specifically discussed me, my name, and the involvement there, and then up to where this land invasion portion. It's that transcript portion. It's approximately, I haven't counted them, but it's about 15 to 20 pages.
Thank you. And then lastly, you did refer to Mr. Veli Mandule, who had assisted you, and you have indicated in your statement that we intend on filing at least a confirmatory statement to an extent that he assisted you in better understanding of the accounting aspect of this tender.
Correct. He's dealing with the finances at our department, and he explained all of these processes at the back end to me.
Yes. Lastly then, Commissioner Spies, this is the last aspect, which is your conclusion, and this will be your chance to issue out any remarks that you might want to make before the Commission at the end of your statement.
Maybe before you do that, that transcript, you say it is a small part of Sergeant Nkosi's evidence where it relates to you and Ngapeshare. Okay, I just want to be sure. It also includes the discussion on Goobies.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So you've seen that.
It's a portion about where my name is mentioned to say something about he's the one that stops the services, and then it mentioned Gubis, it mentioned Ngubashaya, and it speaks about Mfetu,
Yes.
and that it's that portion of his testimony that was
Thank
provided
you.
to me to read through.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baloyi, just for the record, that specific portion of the transcript is referred to, just for the marking, at page 998. This is file 44, page 998 to 1033, so it's a bit more than 30 pages or so, dealing with those allegations. Thank you. Commissioner Spies, I think I had invited you to make your closing remarks in line with your conclusion at paragraph 65.
Commissioners, there's one part in my statement that I will read, but there's also another part that I want to add, is that I obviously submit this statement to highlight the institutional failures or the subversion of lawful authority that I experienced during my limited time at Tshwane Metro Police. My actions taken in my official capacity as acting chief and at those times as instructed by the chief were aimed at upholding the integrity of the department and addressing serious allegations of misconduct. But then I also further have to state that, and it's with genuine respect towards the commission, is that I testified as a whistleblower at the commission, and the victimization of whistleblowers, even in my new career, the way I'm being, and I don't want to put it openly as abuse, but it's the way I'm being addressed. My nickname is, for instance, they will make jokes about it to say Madlanga Commission when I enter into a conversation or when I sit in a meeting. There's people that say that my presence threatened them, and I'm taking notes, and I will use it against future commissions, and that is that I would really ask the commission if we can really look at something eventually in recommendations which look at how do we protect whistleblowers? How do we make it as easy as possible for genuine people who wants to upkeep the law, who wants to be honest? How can we protect them from coming out and divulge it? There's a lot of honest people that is too afraid to speak. And the few of us that do speak about it, we are properly victimized, and there's genuinely something that need to be done to protect whistleblowers. It's my final just remarks. If I implore if that can be looked at, how do we protect people who wants to genuinely be honest and speak about this and get this scrounge out of the law enforcement completely?
That will be the evidence of Commissioner Spies, Chair.
Thank you very much again, Deputy Commissioner Spies. You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, I have personal commitments that I cannot get out of. And then for the whole of next week, the commission has resolved not to sit. So we will resume at 9:30 on the 7th, on the 7th of April 2026. Let us adjourn.